seen the additional correspondence on this?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Murray Evans. I'm the agent for the applicant, and yes, I have seen the correspondence.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's an application before you for several minor variant or a variance application for several standard relief to which would allow a 5-story apartment building to be constructed on this particular property. And the interesting aspect of this is that the property in the municipality's official plan is slated as a development site for intensification, as it's located in what is currently the uptown district of the downtown local center. And as you may know, there has been modifications to that official plan designation enacted or adopted by the municipality that are under appeal. So it's now within the village, the village local district. Also is slated or intended for intensification. As you see in your staff report, under the, I'll call it the old policies, the density of development is 2.5, and there's a maximum building height of 6. And that's capably addressed in the staff report. The application before you would see a building of 5 stories and 2.31 density. So it would be less than what would be permitted, I'll call it, under the old policies. Interestingly enough, recently council has adopted new policies where they've rejigged the downtown, excuse me, in the peripheral areas. And in this particular document, which is Amendment 18.6 to the official plan, a 15-story apartment building would be permitted under the current policies. So it's clearly the intent of council that this area, not this particular property, but this area is a key candidate location for intensification. This is where the city wants to have people live, and the city wants the people to live in sufficient densities to support all the amenities that are typically found in a downtown area. And in this particular case, the bus lines and the retail and service industries that are around it. As you will probably know, immediately to the south of this site is a church. Beside that church is a 2-story office building. Across on the north side is a dentist's office, a daycare, and a pharmacy. And properties farther to the south on Dunlop include a 7-story apartment building. So height is already in this community, but certainly not on Bedford Park Avenue. And so the applications seek to amend or seek relief from a bylaw that's 48 years old. So it's difficult for a bylaw to maintain a current view on what the municipality wants, because all of these changes have taken place since 2010, when the original official plan amendment was put in place to see intensification downtown. And as I've just indicated, recently updated. So the bylaw hasn't been updated in 48 years. So it's not surprising that standards are not current. And that's what is before you, or generally speaking, is to update and reflect modern day development. And the reasons for the variances are to create a building that is supposed to be reflective of a downtown, walkable, pedestrian-friendly area with and I'll be, in my view, modest density. I know there might be people here who have very different opinions on that, but 5 stories and a total of 11 units on this particular property. And what is particularly also interesting, if I can just point out, is the overhead working, Linda? Well, where I'm going with this, Mr. Chair, in case it doesn't work, is that this area is also designated by the region of York as a major transportation station area. And this is the implementation of a provincial policy that in certain locations, because of the transportation infrastructure, not only are minimum densities encouraged, but they're mandated. They must take place. So that is in the Region of York official plan, which I would, well, I'll hold it up. That yellow line, the red square is the subject property. And the yellow line is the Crosby MTSA. It's MTSA number 45, wherein these densities are required. So another indication that this is where people are guided to be living. And I would offer to the committee that the standards that are being sought here would allow an appropriate form of development, being 5 stories and 11 units. And key to that consideration is, how does this fit in with the community? This property, as you see in the staff report, is 75 meters, so 80 steps from Yonge Street. And the relief that has been granted is a parking standard. And the parking standard meets the current downtown parking requirements. Doesn't meet the bylaw requirements, but it meets the downtown parking requirements. And that's not just for the site, it's for the entire downtown. So there's no particular relief being applied specifically to this property. It's meeting the downtown specified parking requirements, which are those? And the other interesting aspect is that the property is zoned for this use. So 5 stories, actually, there's no height restriction, which is a little beguiling, but in the bylaw, there are 0 setbacks except from a single family dwelling, which is the relief that is being sought tonight, which is half the building height. So what I would like to be able to show is that's probably the key element, Mr. Chair, in your planning report, there are elevations. So the key to this is that there's still a 4.5 meter wide side yard. And if you look to this lower one in your staff report, the first floor is a parking garage that is louvered and closed in. So there would be very little impact. It's structured, it's landscaped and closed in. And as you can see, then there's 1 story of glassing or windows. And then on the 3rd and 4th story, there are about 2 windows. And then on the 5th story, the top floor is set back from the extent of the building to, again, try to minimize overlook and enhance the compatibility of the building. So there has been a thought put into trying to increase the compatibility of this or minimize the impacts on our neighbor. And this, as it's mentioned in the staff report, this application is going through site plan control, and the particular use and the height is permitted and encouraged by the official plan. If there's any specific details, I'd be pleased to answer them. And if there's any response or information required after members of the public speak, I'll be pleased to answer that.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone in the public wish to address this application? If you can, please state your name and speak to it.
Yeah, I'll sign in after I finish discussing.
Sir, just 1 second, please.
Oh.
There's some people outside. We have, I can at least see 3 empty seats. If you want to come in, please. There's 1 there, and I think we're pretty much, I see 2 empty seats. Okay, sure. You're also welcome to sit on the steps if you wish. There's steps on both sides. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please go ahead. The more people, the better.
Give me a chance to sign in. Okay. Just to let you know, a number of us residents got together and kind of split up the topics here to try and avoid duplication of things.
I appreciate that.
So I'm the first. I'll just talk a point that's sort of like an overall look at things. And then there's another topic that I want to bring up, and the others will talk about the other things. The first thing about this application is this really isn't a minor variance, which is test number 1 for what this committee should be looking at. I suggest that it's actually larger than what should be considered here. Number 1 is the number of adjustments that are actually being included in this application. Tonight, there's 11 applications here, and only one of them has more variances than that's being requested here. And that one has 8 variances. 20 Bedford Park has 6. The one with 8 is actually, it's just adding a 2-story addition to a 2-story heritage home. So it's not fundamentally, changing the character of the neighborhood. So that's okay. Everyone else is, like no one has as many variances as we have. But it's not just the number of the variance, it's actually the size of each individual variance. I took the time to calculate the percentage change between what the bylaw is and what the proposed value is. And here are the percentages I come up with. The first one is like minus 50% for the side yard setback, plus 628% for the roof overhang, plus 22% for the floor area ratio, plus 36% for the residential floor area ratio, minus 52% for the parking spaces, and minus 100% as far as the loading goes. So this is not a variance where somebody's asking for like 10 or 15% change in order to build a deck or something like that. It's not only the quantitative number, percentage, size of the variance, but it's also the qualitative, the fact that this is in a neighborhood that only has one or 2-story buildings. They're proposing to plop a 5-story building that's pretty well going to cover the entire lot previously occupied by a single-family home, drop it down in the neighborhood. That's not a minor variance if you're dropping in something that just doesn't fit what's currently there in the neighborhood. And it's not only what's in the application. If you look beyond what's in the application, this project is requiring changes beyond just what's in the application. And I think my other residents will talk about other stuff, but one that I want to mention right now is something regarding the Clean Water Act. March 20th, 2024, in this room, just 3 months ago, at the committee of the whole meeting, they moved and carried a motion that council directs city staff to accept a one-time financial contribution of $34,399.58 from the application as compensation to satisfy the best efforts requirements to the source protection plan under the Clean Water Act. I couldn't find details of what that means, but if you're going to pay over $34,000 for it, I submit that that is not a minor variance. So there's stuff that's in the application that we have right here, and there's stuff that's outside of the application, Clean Water Act and other things as well too. This is a big project. It's not a minor variance that they're being asking for. And that makes sense, because if you're going to shoehorn a 5-story building onto the lot of a single family home, you need more than just a minor variance for that. So that's the one point I wanted, one of 2 points I wanted to make at a high level. The other topic I want to talk about is what I call heritage in a single word. And what do I mean by that? The heritage of the city, there is the static, kind of drier side of heritage, which is like museums and archives and stuff like that, which are nice to have, nice to visit. But the heritage I'm concerned is what I call the dynamic heritage, that you'll have a place, that things that are certain character, areas that have character or je ne sais quoi that make people want to hang out and go there. The best example that we have close to us is Main Street, Unionville. And I'm pretty certain that all of you have probably visited there one time or another. There's also a lot of small towns throughout Southern Ontario that have managed to protect their heritage, and they've made their downtown cores a place that people want to visit and enjoy. Why is this important? Well, before I moved to Richmond Hill, I actually lived for over 10 years in downtown Toronto in a tiny little apartment. And I had coworkers asking me all the time, doesn't that drive you crazy living in such a tiny apartment? And my answer to them was, no, I just have to walk out the front door of my building and I have the most interesting, fascinating sort of rec room in 30 blocks in all direction. Downtown Toronto has a ton of what I call this dynamic heritage for people to actually enjoy. Now, why is that important? Density along Yonge Street is coming, whether we like it or not. I actually like it. The more people, the better. We have huge projects at Yonge and Elgin Mills, Yonge and May, just south of Major Mac, huge projects coming at Yonge and 7. And so we are going to have thousands of people, if not tens of thousands of people, who are going to be living in these tiny little apartments. And I know what that's like. You want to get out of there and you want to go somewhere. where are they going to go? Where will they want to go? And to me, if downtown, the Village of Richmond Hill can become more like Main Street Unionville, that will give a place that all the people, the density that is coming, a place for them to actually go. So right now, the downtown part of Richmond Hill, to me, is on a delicate balance. It could go either way. It could become like a sterile, kind of like Yonge and Shepherd, where you don't really want to hang out there. Or, we're starting to get more restaurants and fewer payday loan places and stuff like that. That downtown Richmond Hill could become like Main Street Unionville. And the thing that will actually cause that is not one single decision. It's not as if you decide to approve 20 Bedford Park, that downtown Richmond Hill is going to become, like, forget about it. It's going to become empty storefronts and so on. And neither, if you actually deny it, are we guaranteed to become Unionville. But it's a series of these decisions. It's a very delicate balance that determines which way
Okay,
you
sir.
go.
Are you
And,
done? Almost?
oh yeah, just coming to the end there. Okay.
Okay.
So and I guess my summary here is really just that the application is not a minor variance. The entire project, when you look at it in totality, is even larger. I'm sort of asking you to, I'm not asking you to actually stick your necks out and do anything unusual, to join in the good fight for Richmond Hill, but just to, the bylaws are already there. They're there for a reason. Stick to them. This area is much more sensitive than any other area in Richmond Hill. Like, if we can turn it into like Main Street Unionville,
Yeah, you
the whole
said that.
city will.
No, we got that.
Okay, and that's it.
So your major objection is the size of the building and its heritage character. We got the 2 points that you made, right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, please.
Okay,
So you will talk about something different, I'm hoping.
something different, yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
I'm talking about my property, just only my property, because that 5-story building is exactly beside my property.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, I work really hard to buy my home. I work every single day, every weekend, even on holiday work to buy that property. Okay, but I did all this with the hope of having some financial security in the future and in my retirement. I bought my house 2 years ago, and if I had known about the building that's going to be constructed, I never buy that house. I never bought that house. This new building is going to reduce the value of my property in my privacy in the backyard and cast a big shadow from my backyard and my building. Okay, when I came to Canada, I thought I was moving to a first world country where I would have financial security. But what's happened now? Who's responsible? Town of the Richmond Hill, you, builder, who is the responsibility? Who is responsible, sir? I work every day, every single day, weekend, the holiday. When you are under rest, I'm working every day, but my property is under risk right now. Okay, I want to make sure my voice is heard and that you understand the impact this has on me and my neighbors. Please, don't allow this happen, please, sir. Thank you for listening. Awesome.
If you can please state your name and address and start.
Comrade and the owner and resident.
I apologize.
Oh, sorry. My name is Comrade
Through
and
you,
I'm
Mr.
the
Chair. I
owner
didn't-
and resident.
Second.
I didn't get the address on the resident. What was your address? You said you're the neighbor.
Number 30 Bedford.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
My My name is Comrade and I'm the owner and resident of 57 Bedford Park. And I'm generally against the whole project about this building being constructed on that lot for a couple of reasons, but my main concerns are the amount of parking spaces being designated to the building and the possibility of all the extra parked cars or cars that will have to be spilled onto the street. There's already a little, the street is a little bit narrow as it is right now, so it might be a little bit of an issue going in and out. And also the flow of traffic is also going to be an issue. And generally, my personal opinion, it really will be an eyesore for the look of the street because all the homes, they all look the same. They all have the same character, the same appeal. And it just doesn't make sense to be putting this apartment building on that lot. That's my concern.
Your main point is the parking and the congestion. I got
Congestion.
that. Thank you so much. Anyone else on this particular application to speak tonight? Yes, ma'am. Take your time to get there.
I'm Susan Meehan at 43 Bedford Park.
Okay,
Now, what I'm going to say has sort of been covered already, but my thoughts and my concerns, and I'll be very quick here, it's not long. I do realize that we need more housing intensification. I'm fine with that. But this building is too big for this particular place, and that's a major concern. This type of building, the style and the size, it'd be fine on a main thoroughfare, say like Major Mac. It would just fit in fine, no problem there. But this is a very, very small lot for a building of that size. The fact that all these variances are needed are telling us that it's too big for the space that's there. The builder or the developer's asking for all these, I don't know, changes, permissions to build his. So it's too big for the location there. All these parameters have been set by the town, like what sizes and distances from the property lines and all that. So I don't understand why these developers come in thinking, okay, I want to build this, I'm going to ask permission to change. Like, why can't they follow the rules that are there and build according to that? Secondly, I feel bad for the next door neighbor who was just up speaking. She's in a bungalow, 5 stories looming over this little bungalow. And from the way I understand the wording, I'm not good with all the technical stuff, but it sounds like he wants to have less space from the property line than would normally be allowed. So to have a 5-story building going up that close beside you. I have a new house beside me, which is 2 stories, and it's taken me a while to adjust to that. I just can't imagine 5, that close to her house there, to the property line. And let me see here, one more thing. Yep, I've done that. Now, I'm thinking of the neighborhood for this next little bit here. Again, it's been mentioned already, the look of it, the size and the design. The 2 businesses across the street, the daycare and the dentist, they use the original houses, no impact to the street, fine, no problem with that there. This 5-story thing will just stick out like a sore thumb, basically. I was wondering, could he not build like 3 stories? It would fit in better. Probably if he did it that size, he may not need the variances because it would fit properly on the lot there. And it would just be a lot less hassle for everybody then. And then the design of the building, we've got a variety of houses on the street, starting from the original 1863 Crosby Hall that is there. Most of the houses were built in the 50s when the street was put in. Most of us live in those houses there. There are a few other houses done, I think it was late 60s, early 70s, a couple more. And then within this last decade, we've had 4 big ones go in, houses down, and the new ones going up. So we've got a variety of all residential. These are our homes. People live in these. It's just not buildings that are there. So I would hope that if they do build a smaller building, that have it blend in so it doesn't stick out. It's not so obvious that this big thing is sitting there. And then the last point I wanted to make, it hasn't come up yet, and I'm not sure if you are aware, we just discovered last week that the property is now for sale. There's no sign out. We haven't been told anything. We found it on realtor.ca. So everything's been sort of thrown at us last minute, very secretive. Nothing's been out in the open. We didn't know about the building going up in the first place until we got the notice about a month and a half ago. No sign out front now saying that it's up for sale. So that I don't understand. I don't know how developers work. Maybe it's common. They put in all these applications for buildings and changes and then sell it. And again, I don't know if that's normal, but I thought that just doesn't seem right, basically, that he does all this and then walks away. I don't know what the new person's going to do if it actually does sell. So, yeah, we just would have liked to have had some communication and openness about it. It's been all rather hush hush, and that's my 2 cents worth.
Well, appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
And any other members to speak from the audience? Yes, ma'am. Your
Good
name
evening,
and
Chair,
address.
Committee members, my name is Anita Markle at 63 Bedford Park Avenue.
Okay.
And this evening, my husband, David Markle, will be speaking for the both of us. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Chair, committee members. My wife will write both our names down. So I am her husband, Dave Markle. I'll speak for her and then I'll speak on my behalf and I understand 5 minutes each. I'll try to keep it as close to 5 minutes as possible.
Thank you.
I've been a longtime resident. And again, intensity, categorically, I want to state, I'm not against intensity. You know, we're close to Yonge Street. There was mention made of that coming. So I'm not here to say I don't want people in Richmond Hill. You know, I'm not opposed to the strategic plan's vision of a vibrant and inclusive city of neighbors. I agree with that. And I can make the words of Pillar 1 my own, to encourage and support a range of housing options and affordability. I have a daughter and I would love if her and her husband and her children could live in Richmond Hill. My duties as a grandfather babysitter would negate the 45-minute travel time every day, but it's not a reality. So I'm not against building. I'm not against intensity. I'm not coming from that angle. But I do have some grave misgivings regarding some of the requests in this application. I'm going to focus on request number 5. I'll make 2 key points, and then I'd like to conclude with 2 questions. Point number 1, request 5 is asking for relief from the zoning bylaw requirement of 23 parking spaces. And I just remembered that because I'm so nervous, I forgot to give Linda my, who am I giving this to? USB key, hopefully this will work. It will work. So they're asking instead for 11 spaces.
Yeah. Parking was already addressed by another applicant.
Yeah, I know, but I just, I have some photos and I'm not sure what's coming or what was going to come before me specifically. But I'm just speaking specifically to request 5, which is the parking relief. And I'm presuming that as per member responsibilities, you've conducted individual site inspections on the subject property to assess impacts the proposal may have in the surrounding area. So I'd like to show some of the photos that you may not have already observed, depending on when you did the on-site inspection. And these are things I see every day when I do my daily walks down the street and around the block. Now, it's important to note that these photos do not show the true reality of the nature of the problem because there's construction going on right now, and that has made a number of vehicles go elsewhere. And they are not taken during peak demand, whether that's AM peak or PM peak periods. Okay, at the southeast corner is Tavazzos. This is picture number 1. 1-story building, 4 parking spots for customers. This is photo 1 and 1A, please. Okay, so that parking, there's always parking there. And then beside that, there's 2 parkings for staff and a loading dock, photo 2. Then there's the 1-story veterinary clinic adjacent to Vatsos. There's 8 parking spots in total for staff and visitors, photo 3. Next photo, Tavazzos, beside Tavazzos.
I think we're still on photo number 1.
Okay, if you can just scroll to the next, so that's Tavazzos, next picture. There should be a bar right beside. You can just click each picture. If you expand it so it covers the Committee of Adjustments logo. I'm sorry. That's taking more time. I won't speak and use that as my time.
You can continue speaking, sir.
Okay. So the veterinary clinic, which should be there, has 8 parking spots. I've seen 12 cars squeezed in there.
Excuse me, if you can please put your phone on silent or vibrate. Oh, it wasn't you. I hear someone. Anyway, once again, a reminder for everybody. Thank you.
Just as a photographer for Richmond Hill, I kind of, maybe that's the ego, but I'd like to see the pictures too. Not working? I have the same problem first speaker had. Okay. Yeah, number 2, number 3. I've got these numbered. I'm on photo 3 now. They're not showing, no changes? Suggestions, what I should do? Just ignore the photos?
I would recommend that you speak to them, sir. I apologize on our staff's behalf for not being able to show your pictures. I have no technical expertise in that department myself. I think they got it.
Okay, now if you change that, if you go to the top left there, you can change that to, what is it, medium or large? I don't know the name off the top without, yeah, extra large. Who's a computer expert here? Well, okay. I'm sorry. I'll just speak without the photos, I guess. Okay, so there's the veterinary clinic. The photo for the veterinary clinic, it's a little laneway. There's room for about 8 parking spots. That's constantly used. And again, not only during the day, but even at night, in the evening and at night, there's cars parked there. On the northeast corner, which was mentioned in the first speaker, there's the 1-story PharmaSave, and there's the children's walk-in clinic. There's 10 parking spots there for both of them. As can be seen in this photo, I'm just reading my script here, sorry. As should be seen in this photo, there's no offense to, is this Linda? Linda, you helped me this morning emailing me, so I'm not trying to, yeah. But in that photo, cars are almost always double parked there. And if there wasn't construction, they're double parked. They're parked on the side of the road. They're parked on the veterinary clinic. And these are people that are bringing children into the and once the sidewalk is in, that double parking will be impossible because the road will be further out. So you'll have a whole other row of cars that won't have, I don't know where they're going to park. Then there's a no parking sign beside this. 2 cars always parked there. That's the next photo. And as in the case with the veterinary clinic, if I go for a walk in the evening or late evening when it's dark, again, there's always cars parked in that parking lot. Adjacent to these units is the unused Bedford Dental Clinic. It's not open. I don't know what's going on in there. 4 parking spots in the front. There's always at least 1 car in that spot. And on the side, there's cars on the side. Obviously, it's not people that are there to see a dentist. Adjacent to this, Open Arms Preschool. 4 spots at the back, photo 9. Parents drop off their kids on the side. There's always something on the side. There's always something on the back. My son just told me during peak hours, there's parents parked on the side, parked in the dentist, dropping off their kids, and again, picking them up. So to summarize this far with regards to the parking, there's approximately the first 50 meters on the south side and about the first 75 meters on the north side of Bedford Park Avenue. They're basically a huge overflowing merry-go-round parking lot, and you've got children involved. Cars are always parked on both sides of the road, and I was going to show the pictures. Now signage may be improved with some of the new stuff, but there's no parking closer to Yonge. There's no parking on both sides. A little further back, there's no parking on the
So,
south
sir,
side.
we will have the applicant address the parking issue in general.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
including your comments.
Uh,
Do you have another
Yeah, I have another point.
point? Please go ahead. Yeah.
So we've got that summary. I haven't spoken about the church parking lot. There's the overflow from the church parking lot. On weekdays, that's full. On the other side, there's the parking lot on Dunlop. There's only a little sushi restaurant in there right now and a convenience store. I had a series of pictures. That's almost always full. Oh, it's working. That's the nighttime picture. Veterinary clinic. There should be no cars there. There's signs. There's always cars there. Anyway, the point is, there's a parking problem.
Yeah.
Now, the application makes reference to a transportation study as part of the material submitted in support of the parking reduction. I tried to get a hold of that. Linda kindly emailed that to me this morning. Well, she didn't email me the study, but she emailed me the letter which summarized the study. So I have no idea what's in the study. I tried to read the summary. The letter also made reference to a 2010 RHPSR final draft report and recommendations, transportation parking study. I was unable to find those on the Richmond Hill website. I emailed and phoned today and nothing happened. I'll probably get that all tomorrow. But the summary letter plays with numbers to justify an exemption from the bylaw. I can agree with reference to the recommendations presented in the downtown Richmond Hill Transportation and Parking Study of an exemption to provide a loading space, given that the total GFA of the commercial site is below 200 square meters. I have yet to support the conclusion that the site will function well because to make that assumption without knowing the nature of the site, that's unwarranted. That's a logical fallacy, basically. The summary letter also talks about exempting parking for the commercial portion of the development. The reality, however, is that the parking supply for both visitors and workers, it'll have to increase. It's going to go somewhere. It's going to go on our street. And you've already seen the current parking situation. Well, you've heard it. You've seen a bit of it. And numbers can be spun in various ways. Proposal asks for 11 parking spots. Here's another way to spin the numbers. 2 are disability designated. 1 for a small car, because that's the only room they can pack that in. That leaves 9 parking spaces. Given the more than fair likelihood, or should be, at least 2 of those will not be used on a regular basis. Now, of these 8 or 9, I'd expect 3 to be used for commercial use. So we're left with 6 parking spots for 11 residential units. And again, we're getting there. I was going to show the situation with just on our street residential. Parking's an issue just for the houses even. As far as I know, no one on that street has only 1 car. And maybe these small units, it'll be 1 car, but still you've got 11 units, 11 cars, overflow, more of a parking problem. Okay. Finally, even if the downtown area is envisioned as pedestrian-oriented and serviced primarily by public transport, there must be a necessary distinction between owning a vehicle and using it. To say that residents' parking rates set for the downtown area should not encourage vehicle ownership and auto dependency fails to make that necessary distinction. To say that residents should not own cars for the sake of the downtown core, put the cart before the horse. I'd submit that it's not relief from this particular bylaw regarding minimum number of parking spaces, but by adhering to it, that the intent of the bylaw can preserve what it's went for and the four core values.
Mr. Chair, I apologize through you, point of order, please.
Yes.
It's 45 minutes in. We're on the first file. There's 12 files. We respectfully ask for the residents to please limit their time to 5 minutes.
I've passed the 5 minutes.
You did.
Okay,
You did quite a bit.
so I'll finish off with mine.
And we,
for
as
my
I
wife-
said, we have already talked about parking before.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got one more thing here.
Okay, 1 minute.
Point two, traffic safety. It states your safety is our priority. Parking problem, safety. We got two different visions. And something doesn't make sense here. And the bottom line here is, you know, I think the four core values and your safety is a guiding principle to help with either approving or not approving it. And what underlies that principle is the principle of non-maleficence.
So, sir, both parking and traffic safety are related issues. We will deal with them.
No, but I'm dealing with the principle of non-maleficence here.
Okay,
And if there is a parking problem, and if building this increases the parking problem, unless you're certain that there's no increase in safety, then that principle is violated.
Mhm.
Pure and simple. And to violate that principle, which is the foundation of societies. So, and I was going to finish with the two questions. Can I ask questions? And that's it, just two questions.
okay, go ahead.
Can the committee or the chair in the committee, can you be certain that there is no parking problem on the street? I mean, in light of the photos, I would say if you're certain there is no problem, how do you explain that? And are you certain that an increase in the parking problem does not increase the risk for children, for pedestrians, for the elderly? And if so, how would you explain that? And thanks for the.
Thank you for the
over 10
questions.
minutes. My
Okay.
apologies
Yeah,
because of
that's
the
fine.
delay there.
I would
Sorry about that.
strongly
Linda.
suggest that we limit our speeches on this particular application to new material only, once again, okay? Please, go ahead, sir.
PowerPoint work. And actually, in the event that it does not.
You got a backup. Good man.
Only come with backup. So my name is Peter Soki. I'm a resident at 29 Bedford Park Avenue, where I've been living for the last 6 years. So I have 3 points. I will try and speak quickly so that it won't take more than 5 minutes, okay? The first thing is that the representative of the applicant has referred to the fact that the Richmond Hill official plan is being appealed and so on and so forth. And I can't argue with that. I don't know what the state of the appeal is. What I've had to do is work with the official plan that I found on the city website. And that's what I'm working with. And I hope that that's what we can work with, because we can't deal with the unknown at this point. So one of the first things I found in the official plan is, and right at the bottom of the document, it's got where in the official plan it is 4.3. blah, blah, blah. And it specifically refers to the Uptown District. And it says here that currently, so this is number B, it shall include low-density residential and medium-density residential. And it says, so that's basically it. It says small-scale office, commercial, and retail can only be built if it falls on lands as shown in Schedule A9. So Linda, can you please go to the next slide? So basically, the next slide is Schedule A9. And I know the people sitting in the audience can't see this. It's probably difficult for everybody, but the Uptown District is at the top. It shows Dunlop Avenue. Bedford Park is the street that is one north of that. And what I should have first pointed out, if you look at the legend, and it's tough to read, at the bottom it shows that the diagonal crosshatches indicates the area where small-scale office, commercial, and retail use sites are allowed. Now, going back to Bedford Park Avenue, there is absolutely no place where they have those diagonal crosshatches, small-scale office, commercial, and retail use sites, which tells me that at least according to the Richmond Hill official plan, the concept of this whole building, which is a mixed-use residential commercial, is not allowed according to the official plan. That is my understanding and interpretation from what I see in the documents right now. So based on the first point, this project should be disallowed. Okay? I'm going to move on. Can we go to the next slide? So then here I'm going to talk quickly. Something that nobody's talked about yet is transition. And it shows there that number 30, that's where Masheed lives. She's the next door neighbor in a single family bungalow. 20 is a single family bungalow. 16, 10309, that's the nut place. So basically, if you look at transition, number 30 is a single floor building, and then they want to put a 5-floor building that basically goes almost to the very edge of the property. It goes within 0.9 meters of Masheed's property. So the question is, what does the Richmond Hill official plan say? So Linda, please go to the next one. So this is from the official plan, and there's a section there called Transition to Neighborhoods. And I don't want to go into the details and read it all out, but it talks about a 45-degree angular plane. Okay, that's what we have to keep in mind. So we're going from 1 floor to 5 floors, and we've got to keep it within a 45-degree angular plane. Okay, this document actually refers to another document, and in fact, the report that was prepared by your staff also refers to it. It is the, hold on, Richmond Hill Downtown Design and Land Use Strategy, DDLUS. And if you can please go, Linda, to the next slide. Here, they've got something that is really interesting, because if you look at that first point there, and I imagine people in the audience can't read it, but it says that as you go, an appropriate transition to the adjacent residential neighborhood, generally characterized by a 3-story or 10-meter high building. So if you're trying to visualize this, they're saying, okay, you've got your neighborhood. The first place in terms of a transition should be about a 3-story, 10-meter high building. Now, I want to point something out that if you look at their drawing there, they actually refer to the fact that there's a laneway in between, which means that when they came up with that conclusion, they were going on the assumption that there was much greater space than what is being actually planned at this particular site. Because if you pull up the floor plans, and I don't have that as a slide, from the corner of Masheed's house to the side of this 5-floor building is 2.5 meters. There's only 2.5 meters from one building to the other. From the 1-floor building to the 5-floor building, there's 2.5 meters, okay? So basically, what I'm saying is, in my mind, there is no way that this building abides by the concept that Richmond Hill has laid out, that you're supposed to have a transition from the neighborhood to the core. That has been ignored, okay? Please go to the next slide, Linda. Okay, I'm trying to talk quickly. I know there's a lot here. A lot of people have talked about parking, so I'm not going to talk a lot about parking. But this is the report that was prepared for the applicant by Transplan, which is, I guess, a engineering.
It's the timer. Okay.
Okay, okay. Here's
We,
my
we,
point.
we have to respect other applications.
I
This
understand.
application is
I have
taking way
one
too much.
sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
This report, the fatal flaw in the report is it did not do any study into the existing traffic problems on the street. It only refers to these vague studies. And from my point of view, that means that the report is basically useless. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Are you also speaking to this application?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please keep it brief and don't repeat anything we have heard already. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucas Gino. I'm a resident of 54 Bedford Park Avenue. I'm here on behalf of myself and my family. I'll keep it short. I'm just going to read a little bit of an email that I sent last night out to the Committee of Adjustments. I get it. I'm the young guy. And I'm going to preach a little bit about like the climate action that'll be taking place. So essentially, I'm an arborist. I'm also a former employee of the City of Richmond Hill in their forestry department, and I'm a recent graduate of the Urban Forestry Technician program at Fleming College. So I understand firsthand the loss that we might take to our street, mainly regarding the 3 large spruce trees at the front of 20 Bedford Park Avenue. And including the 10+ trees that are situated on the property, both in the front and the backyard. Essentially, most, if not all of these trees should fall within the single tree protection bylaw that City of Richmond Hill has in place, I believe, on the 20+ centimeter diameter at breast height. To talk a little bit more, trees, contrary to popular belief, they do not mirror the canopy and structure, which mainly means that the roots, they grow horizontal. 90% of the roots are located within the first 2 meters of soil below grade. And most of the more fibrous roots that are responsible for the uptake of moisture are located within the first 20 centimeters below grade. That essentially means that any type of excavation that takes place will compromise the health and integrity of the trees that should all fall within the single tree protection bylaw. The reason why I bring this up is because within the application and the plans for the building, it mentions nothing of an arborist or a forester's report. And it happens way too many times in Richmond Hill where we have very large trees that are responsible for mitigating and sequestering larger amounts of carbon than the ones that will be replaced or that will be replacing these trees in the event that they are legally cut down. And it happens way too many times in Richmond Hill where a tree is cut down and there's no repercussion, mainly for the contravention that has taken place. So upon that, of course, we've mentioned like parking and so on and all that. I'm going to stick to the trees and say basically that as a former employee, I know the amount of canopy that we have lost here in the city, especially to Emerald Ash Borer. I believe we've cut down over 700 trees. And we have a more recent threat of oak wilt that will compromise a lot more trees here in Richmond Hill. And this is a concern mainly because I know recently Richmond Hill was inducted into the City of Trees that is nationally recognized. And I believe it's important that we try to maintain as much canopy as possible, especially when these trees are saving the residents money because they provide shade in the summer, which saves you money on air conditioning, and it provides wind protection in the winter, which will help you save money on your heating. So with all this said, these trees, they also stand a whopping 65 to 75 feet tall, and they're quite a statement when you pull into Bedford Park off Yonge Street. And I believe it would be quite a loss, not only to the community of Bedford Park and Richmond Hill, but I don't believe it will help our problem of climate change coming up. And I get it, I'm the young guy, and I know that some people might snicker to that comment, but I plan to be able to live on a green earth one day. And all I care about is just making sure that if these trees are taken down, that they are replaced, and they are replaced to accommodate the amount of carbon that they sequester and mitigate, and that it is done legally. Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
There's a PowerPoint, the continuation is mine. Okay. Good evening.
Okay, just before you proceed, I'm just going to
Yes.
take a little roll call of how many more people want to speak on this particular application.
One more.
One more? That's it? Okay, go ahead, please.
So I'm Isabel Gomez and I live at 29 Bedford Park since 2018. And I'm going to be referring to two documents produced by the city of Richmond Hill. One is Tree Preservation Bylaw 41-07. I'm not going to talk at length about trees because Lucas did a very good job, but I do have some photos. I want you to see what those trees actually look like. So I'll go through just very quickly, not adding any details. And the second point I'd like to make is development permit guidelines. So the guidelines that the developer had to adhere to, and it's a little surprising according to me. So first of all, let's just talk about quickly that the intent of Richmond Hill is to reinforce and enhance the image of the city of Richmond Hill as, guess what? The Garden City. So we have a greening of the hill as a policy or objectives or however you want to call it. So they want mature vegetation. They want developers to incorporate mature trees and protect trees and not cut down trees. And yet, look at all the trees that we're going to be cutting down. Linda, can you go through the photos? You can go quickly. Here's 20 Bedford Park. And the trees that Lucas was talking about, definitely more than 20 centimeters in diameter and greater. And we can go to the back, we can go to the side, we can look at all these beautiful trees that are going to be disappearing. On top of that, Masheed also got a compensation offering to cut down some of the trees that were probably on the property line. It sounds a little bit like hush money to me, but I don't know. Maybe that's common practice, not in my books, but maybe that's how it is. So look at all these trees, over 20 trees, huge for the environment, for our neighborhood, for our shade. I don't want to go into the same arguments. You heard them from Lucas. I do want to conclude with one thing. Although it is not your question to answer, we don't know why the report of the arborist was not available. Maybe there is one, I don't know. I find it ironic that the city of Richmond Hill can hold a tree preservation plan in one hand and an axe in the other. We can cut them down, but have a tree preservation plan in place. That's a little ironic to me. So that's all I want to talk about trees because my limited time is ticking. I do want to talk about light and cast shadows, okay? So we are talking about the adjacent properties, obviously, but also a radius around this huge building. And here's a quote from that building guidelines. The intent is to ensure that new buildings are attractive, do not adversely impact adjacent homes, and must ensure privacy. New development should be designed to maintain a residential character and be compatible with adjacent uses. How is privacy going to be guaranteed with such a large building looking down? And you see the trees again. Can you continue, Linda? Sorry, to the next slide. Okay, so you see the little houses on each side. You've got Masheed's house and you've got the other house. So there's going to be privacy guaranteed with this big building. You tell me how, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. And does it meet any of these criteria that I just read? The character of the street, the, flow of the street. I don't know, not in my book. Let's talk about scale. Let's continue because there's some really good photos. Peter talked about how much land is going to be taken up by this home. Can we just go back one slide? Sorry. Okay, just look at the green space around that lot. It's not very big. This is the greening of Richmond Hill that you're going to be deciding on. Very good. Let's talk about scale. Next photo. Okay, so It is evident that privacy and residential character, they're going to be challenges. But what about the scale of this project? Richmond Hill document says again, the intent is to ensure that buildings have adequate sunlight and are appropriately located on site by ensuring that a dwelling receives, listen to this, 75% of direct sunlight. I don't know how that's going to be possible with the little homes on each side of this property.
Ma'am, your 5 minutes are up
Do I get an extra 30 seconds?
only.
Okay, so I'm not an expert in the field, but the 45-degree angle spoken about, the shading, the scale, all of this, it sounds like a joke. And I know that the person that spoke first about this plan said that they adhere to all the policy and all the bylaws, but it seems like maybe common sense has been lacking in the approval of this project. And I'm really hoping that you, members of the Committee of Adjustments, can put some light into this project and maybe not approve it as is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last member of the audience. This fire.
Good day, Tom Munch, former councillor, City of Richmond Hill, 11121 Yonge Street, Penthouse. I want to first of all thank the committee for doing what you do, because you're doing more than council's doing. And you're impacted more because you can see by the people in the room, this never happens at council. And on March 20th, many of these people didn't even know it was be approved by council, and you guys are left with trying to do the right thing. The downtown local center secondary plan, I fought like crazy for 6 years through the OMB and then OLT, and got shunned through the local media because they were going to create integrated mews and courtyards right where this house is today. We finally got it abolished because people don't want walkways going through their backyards. If you Google 10225 Yonge Street or 10217 Yonge Street, council said it was insulting to have an 8-story building on Yonge Street that had 81 apartments, little parking in 2015, 2016. You say, well, things have changed. But how long does a building last? 5 years? 10 years? What's a vision like? Shameful, because today, when people are talking about inflation, and many people said they want their houses worth a lot of money, because I love inflation, we say no. We are in a housing crisis. This is a reasonable plan on its myopic view, but this is unprecedented. This year, council has approved of the 31 approvals, none have this magnitude. For example, think about it. Smart Centers, Hillcrest Mall, Arkfield at 13572 Yonge, Elgin Mills and Bayview, 9700 Yonge Street, all have less restrictions than this does. This is 2 houses inside a residential neighborhood, but it's on an MTSA. The only one that's going to be treated, by the way, these people have been here for years and they love their neighborhood. This applicant has their site for sale. They're not committed. This is all about money. But we're going to talk about good planning. Let's talk about good planning. If they're going to create the tree canopy, we can raise arguments all day long. I moved a motion in 2019 to create green infrastructure like permeable pavers. Florida, California, Massachusetts copied my legislation in 2019. Richmond Hill hasn't implemented it yet. It's not even in this application. Oh, wait, they get $30,000 benefit to give money to Ward 4 for Mill Pond. But the residents here who are set by 10415 Yonge Street, which is next to MTSA, which is the #1 crime center by the York Regional Police, 2 calls minimum per day at that site. So the safety and security and walkability is key. If we're talking about good planning, why don't they say, okay, why don't we block off by 20 Bedford Park where that daycare center is, so we stop the transference. So when people are coming for parking, think about it. You see, I know you don't want to hear about parking, but the idea is this: 11 units, 1 commercial, 1 employee, 1 customer, 2 handicap, The rest are going to do what? And where are they going to be? And what about all those kids? And what happens if somebody gets hurt? And it's a crazy center. We're going to be getting 1.1 million people here in York Region in the next 14 years. We have to get 1.8 to 1.5 to 1.8 million households. And they're all saying, let's go. But council has clearly said parking standards aren't a priority as much as this application in an infield. It's unfair to these residents. It's bad planning. I like affordability. I like the low cost of parking, which is $100,000 per unit, but not as a precedent setting at a committee of adjustment. This is effectively a referendum. There's no talk or there's been no engagement. So when I look, I say, how can we do a precedent-setting application in an infield situation? There's a little bit of hypocrisy when we use planning as a political measure, when we're in a crisis, when they're going to put townhouses in a key development area at Elgin Mills and Yonge. What's the parking standard there? Have you guys looked? I can tell you, it's amazing that townhouses have, when you look at those parking standards and where they're going forward. And this application is saying, now cash in lieu of water. We're not going to care about the destruction of trees in the community. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. You guys think about it.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
We're done. So having heard all of you people, it's only fair to give the applicant a chance to come back to us. And if you need, I have made notes, but I'm sure you have as well. We would appreciate you also consolidating all the concerns into as few items as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will try to bubble it down into the key issues. I'll start off whether I should even be here. Is this minor or not? As you know, the Planning Act has its 4 tests, and one of them is the minor. And case law is overwhelmingly strong that it's not a mathematical exercise. You don't do the calculator and here it is and it passes or it doesn't. Does it achieve municipal objectives? What are the perceived or real impacts? And what is the function of the particular use? And that is whether it is minor or not. And we'll debate that, but I believe it's correctly before you. You have a planning report in your hands where the planning staff have gone through the 4 tests and spent a fair amount of time on whether it's minor and whether it's appropriate. I would just offer to you that, again, the use is permitted. There are standards which are not met, and I will again reiterate that they're outdated standards. If I can nicely, hopefully nicely shift into parking again. I'm going to give that to you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I only have 1 copy because I don't know if you'll take it.
I will share it with my members.
And that is the referred to Richmond Hill Downtown Parking Study. They are the requirements. And if the committee will look, there's maximums. There's minimums and there's maximums. If you apply the maximum, there's an additional 2.5 units. So when we say there's not enough parking, and I know this is a concept that doesn't sit well with many people, but when you're in a downtown area, we do want people to use alternate forms of transportation. There has to be a basic minimum because this is York Region, people will take cars. But these units are the smaller, there are 7 units, which are 700 square feet in size. I'm going to suggest to you, if you own a 700 square foot unit, you don't have 2 cars. So that's and plus if you're buying there, you don't have a parking space. So that is the entire purpose of the downtown parking study, is to provide a basic minimum, but quite frankly, we don't want a lot of parking. And that's why there is a maximum on that chart. So I can't speak to the dentist and the pharmacy and people not parking and the food mart on the corner. I don't know their backgrounds, but I can only deal with the application which is before us. We have a parking study. I know it's been called useless, but unfortunately it was done by a professional. It was reviewed by the municipality's professionals. We're not the only people saying that it's acceptable. So staff of the Richmond Hill have reviewed it and found that it's appropriate and it's not useless, and that it does reflect what the objectives of the municipality are. So once again, I can't speak. I go to that drugstore. Yes, it's busy, but I can't address other people's parking problems. We need to provide enough parking for the particular context that we have on that site. With regard to trees, there's the ever sought after parking or tree inventory and protection plan study. That has been submitted to the municipality. Again, the municipality has people that are experts. You had a former employee, there are current employees that do that job now, and they have reviewed that. And that's why we're at this point trying to rationalize the zoning. We do know there will be 20 trees removed. Yes, there will be. But the municipality, and I'll wrap up, sir, I know the municipality has conflicting objectives. Yes, we want to be green, but we also, don't we want housing? Do we not want our downtown to be thriving? Do we not want people to use the infrastructure that costs millions of dollars to put into the ground? Yes, we have those. So at certain points, the municipality has to make decisions. Which conflicting objective do we want to see happening? In this particular case, this is 74 meters from Yonge Street, and it's designated for presently 6 stories. When that appeal goes away, it'll be designated for 15 stories. Clearly, the municipality wants to see intense forms of development, and I'm sure the committee is very well aware that in most developments in the I'll say the intense urban areas, it's parking garage, it's subsurface structure, and very few, if any, can we have a high density development and retain the vegetation on the property. That then means you now have to plant on the property, and the lady who spoke near the end, there's not many room here. So my client will be paying a fee to the municipality, and they will use that money to plant trees in appropriate locations. And the other thing is similar, that the clearing water, yes, that happens in all downtown situations. What that is, we are required to infiltrate groundwater into the ground. And when you have a site that is completely encased in concrete, you can't because it's concrete. So you pay a fee that the municipality can then do stormwater management improvement projects elsewhere in the municipality to offset the lack of groundwater in this particular site. But it happens on every single project on Yonge Street, every high density project on Major Mackenzie. Our water cannot be infiltrated because of the parking garages usually associated with them. So therefore, fees are paid. It is a very common practice. I can appreciate that people might not like it, but it is that appropriate. And I do have a problem with hush money. It's a standard practice that when you cut down trees, you compensate the municipality for their municipality's tree bylaw, and that happens everywhere. And I'm going to just, as an aside, drive out to North Leslie. There's hundreds of thousands of trees, probably millions of trees have been cut down. They are all going to be paid for that fees. This is 20 on this particular property. So if there's something else I've missed, I would be pleased to answer your questions.
Safety issue tied to the parking. If you want to speak to that.
I think that's the big picture issue, that there's a parking issue by, I'll say, the commercial uses on site right now. Clearly, our parking is to be provided underground. So any of the users of the parking on this site will be brought up by elevator or stairwell. So they're from that particular regard, if there are visitors to the site, then they're going to be like all downtown projects. They'll park on Yonge Street or at the theater site, and they will walk to the site and hopefully use municipal sidewalks. And hopefully the roadworks that are going on right now will improve the safety situation by proper pedestrian connections.
Okay, I would like at this point to just ask my committee members first if they have any questions of the applicant. Yes, Mr. Duretzi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the applicant, just one question. And then I can have a few more comments, but I can make them later if you wish. The garage area, the south elevation. Looked to me like that garage was an open garage. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, just want to confirm that. Thank you.
And that's the garage that has the canopy over it.
That's correct. And that's.
And that's the reason I understand. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Gossi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I had a couple of questions. I'll leave my comments till the end, as Mr. Duretzi mentioned. So one of the concerns that I have is the parking study that you presented talks about parking allocation based off of bedrooms, number of bedrooms, as opposed to square footage.
Correct.
So my concern with that is you have a 1,500 square foot single bedroom unit there that is proposed according to the parking study to have 0.85 parking spots. Do you have any comment on that? How you can justify that?
Yes, absolutely. Again, there's 11 parking spaces, and if you heard, 2 will be barrier free. So you can only have what's available. So if I have that large single bedroom unit, yes, it's quite large. I know that when I buy that, I'm getting 1 parking space. And if someone doesn't, if there are transit users, students, elderly people that don't have vehicles, then there'll be another parking space that could be potentially available for purchase. But simply, you don't go there if you have 2 cars because there's nowhere to park for that second vehicle.
So quick follow on is, can you tell me, do you have any plans of what type of tenant you're looking at for the commercialized space at this point?
No, it's not I'll be honest with you, it's not my client's preference to have a commercial space there. It's on the side street, very difficult to get there. It's going to be in the ground floor of an apartment building. We prefer not to have it, so it'll likely be a professional office of some sort.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Does planning department have any further comments on this application?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, any general comments from our committee members now? Yeah, please start. Yes, Mr. Duretzi.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's, when I first saw this application, it was a little overwhelming until I dug into the staff report and understood some of the facts before us. Mr. Munch made a good point. This committee sometimes is faced with having to make some difficult decisions, and whether that's something that the council should have looked deeper into with some of these applications remains to be seen. This committee has to assess the application based on the facts that are presented to us in the staff reports. And if I might, just go through a few things and how this is showing up for me. It's important to note that the application is under a current review. There is a site plan application in the process. So a lot of these things are going to get worked out in terms of engineering, grading, tree preservation, the studies that need to be submitted. Those will be reviewed and approved. In the staff report, it notes here that in the downtown local center, the building height is 6 stories. The FSI is 2.5, yet the proposal is for 5 stories with an FSI of 2.31. So on both those merits, they're actually asking for less than what the zoning bylaw permits. This building, in my opinion, could have easily been narrower and taller, but it appears as though the applicant may have widened the building out in order to lower a story. So you're kind of getting the best of both worlds, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing. The measured height states 62 feet, whereas the permitted height is 87 feet. Again, significantly less than what is allowable in the zoning bylaw. It's come to our attention. Yes, there is an arborist report brought to our attention. And one of the other important factors that I wanted to point out that was in the staff report is that this application will contribute to the city's urban structure. It will be diversifying the housing stock, optimizing the use of existing municipal services and infrastructure. So close to Yonge Street, that's very important. And the variances facilitate mixed-use building located within walking distance to Yonge Street. And typically, reduced parking is anticipated in developments that are very close to a main transit area. And in downtown areas, the required parking spaces sometimes is 0.1 per unit. In this case, there's 11 units and they're showing 11, 12 parking spaces, 2 of which are handicapped. So this is the information that's before us. This is the technical information that this committee has to make a decision on. One of the speakers noted that please don't approve this as is. So what exactly does that mean? Does that mean that we should defer this application and the applicant should try to make some improvements? Is that what the residents would like to see from this committee? Because other than that, I really don't see any reason why we should be saying no to this application based on the facts before us in the staff report. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I know it's almost 8:30 p.m. and I appreciate everyone's patience with this application. As my fellow committee member has noted, it is I wouldn't say complicated application in some ways, because in reading of the official plan and of the official plan amendments that's currently under appeal at the OLT, in some ways it's pretty straightforward. It's only 5 stories. And I know that beside a bungalow, that seems like a really high amount, but walking distance to the Viva, that is a really small building in my perspective. And so to me, this seems like an appropriate site for this type of building.
Thank you. I wanted, yes, I'll give you, no, you go ahead first. Go ahead, Mr. Gossi.
For you, Mr. Chair. So, thank you, everybody, for taking the time, put together your presentation. Some of them are quite detailed, so I do appreciate that. I have a little bit of a different take on this. I think I've been on the committee maybe 5 or 6 years now, and I've learned a couple things. One of those things is that I'm here to adjudicate these applications based on having 1 foot in each camp between the city and the residents. And after going through maybe 1,000 or so applications now, I've started to get a feel, I think, of what's right. There's a number of things that concern me about this application. Number 1, the parking. Number 2, just the size and the scale of the building on the property, and its location within the residential area. I understand it's close to Yonge Street, but despite that, I just think that it doesn't quite feel right to me. There's a number of variances that I think at the surface may seem reasonable or acceptable, as some of my colleagues might have mentioned. I personally don't believe that this is minor in nature. I have difficulty supporting this application. I don't think it's an issue of just making some minor changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've heard all of you guys and my fellow members, and I wanted to address one particular concern about the value of the property of the neighbor who very passionately spoke to this particular application. In my opinion, sometimes if there is a bigger development next to you, it might increase the value of your property instead of depreciating it. That has happened in the past. I'm not sure if it'll happen here, but I just wanted to point that out. With that, I don't want to have any more comments on this. We can take a motion for this particular application at this point. Go ahead. Ms. Kalbas.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve application A052/23 located at 20 Bedford Park Avenue, subject to the terms and conditions in the city staff report.
Moved by Ms. Kalbas, seconded by Mr. Duratsi. All in favor? I believe it fails. We have to take a second motion now. All against the application? So 2 against, 2 in favor. Okay. We will move on to the next application. That would be
Can everybody please sign in if you came up to speak? Yeah, the USBs are here.
application number A056/22. I would please request everyone to move out of this room if you're not attending the next application. Quickly, efficiently, and quietly, please. Thank you so much.
Can you sign in for 20?
I'm doing another one. But the person.
Yes, do you have a USB? No, okay, then, yeah.
Can you please, request everyone to please for the meeting. Is it? You can. Well, that's up to them to decide.
Hi. Yes. Hi.
Good evening, Arlene Beaumont.
We,
I'm with the firm. Sorry.
no.
Thank you. Arlene Beaumont, I'm with the firm Outred and Associates. We are the agents for the owners of 190 Sunset Beach Road. I just want to say this is the first time I've been to Richmond Hill Committee of Adjustment in a very long time, and I guess I picked the right night to come. Anyway, I have a very simple application, a new dwelling at 190 Sunset. We require 3 variances. 2 variances are for side yard setback of 1.26 meters, and that's at the pinch point. So that's at the 1.26 meters at the rear right-hand corner and the same amount at the front left-hand corner. The other variance we require is for height of 11.80 meters. The permission in the bylaw is 10.67 meters. I would like to point out that the proposed height is actually slightly lower than the newly built house to the east. And we did provide elevation drawings that showed that height of the house to the east. I'm happy to answer any questions. I just want to be quick because I know the night is running long.
No, I really appreciate it. So you're basically saying that the variances only apply to a small part of the building for the side yards?
That's correct.
Correct.
Yes.
No,
And
we see that.
the side yards do spread out to
Yeah.
be more than the bylaw
Yes.
requirement at those opposite corners. Yes.
No, we got that. Okay, thank you. Does anyone in the audience wish to address this application located at 190 Sunset Beach Road? I understand there is one letter of objection on file here. Yes. Have you
Yes.
read it? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
I have.
We'll address it after. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, please. Yeah. Thank you.
So I'm the owner of 192 Sunset Beach Road, Dennis Luciani. So basically 4 concerns. One is the lot is 75 feet wide by 240 depth, so there's plenty of room for construction of a single dwelling. I don't want any construction to go onto my property. So with a 4.13 side yard setback, I know scaffolding's 5 feet on average. Also, the second concern I have is I have 4 very young children who play in the backyard. There's no fencing separating the property. So I would like a 6-foot steel fence with silt, so no debris comes onto my property and can harm my children. The third concern I had was I have 5 property pins and survey pins along the property. I'll spray paint them orange. I'll drive 4-foot high stakes so they're clearly visible. And so the fence, I would like the fence 6 inches on their side of the property. So again, they don't damage any of the survey pins.
Yeah, we've read your letter. Yeah, no, that's good.
Okay. And then the irrigation system, yeah, it's basically at that 4.13 setback. It's right close to there. So I definitely don't want any machines to drive on the irrigation.
Okay.
box.
We'll have the applicant address those.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I did go over this gentleman's letter with the contractor before I came this evening. He's in agreement with everything. There will certainly be no personnel, no machinery on anybody's property except the subject property. The only issue he had was that we can't provide a 6-foot silt fence. Silt fences are 4 feet high, but there will be a 6-foot steel fence along the property line. And the plans that I just handed out to you in paper do show the silt fencing, all the tree protection fencing. We've been through the site alterations permit process. We have an approved site alts permit, and we're happy to have these variances tied to that permit.
Thank you. I trust that would satisfy our applicant. Are you wishing to speak to this application as well? Oh, I didn't realize there were more. Okay, sorry, we should have had you come in later. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. How you
Go
doing?
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee for being here. I live at 172 Sunset Beach Road on the west side of said development property of 190, along with my wife, Maureen. I don't feel that this variance keeps within the community, with the community standards and the rules and regulations of the town of Richmond Hill. I don't feel that it's a minor variance. We're talking about going from 11 feet down to a little over a meter, right? Subsequent to that, I just wonder how with scaffolding, the building, I look at the development plan, and it seems like the outer dig line, and Arlene could correct me here if she cares to do so, how you can build, put your equipment, your scaffolding, et cetera, without encroaching on my property. And that is one thing that concerns me. I just don't feel that this particular unit keeps with community standards and stays within the rules of Richmond Hills bylaws and allotment. I don't feel that it's a minor variance at all. Subsequent to that, the property owner and the developer, builder, last year, while sitting at my house, the doorbell rings. The owner of the property shows up with a letter addressed to Linda Asikas, if I pronounce that properly, as if my wife and I, as if I wrote it. And I did not, there was no communication with me at all. Talking about they want to encroach is a very powerful word, into the tree protection zone. Tree protection zone is 360 degrees. At what point of that tree protection zone do you want to encroach on my property? At which point I said, I got back to her and I said, I'm not in favor of it. I contacted Linda to say, are you aware of this? Because they arbitrarily showed up at my door with this letter constructed for me to sign, my name misspelled. I am not the only owner of the property, right? I believe in live and let live, but I too believe in staying within the parameters and the rules within that. Also, and then the gentleman shows up with a cheap bottle of wine and goes, sign here. And I'm going, yeah, and why don't you head down and try to buy Manhattan for a few shiny beads as well? It was just very unprofessional, took a lot of work for me to do. I don't see how they can do this, especially when scaffolding is a standard width of about 5 feet. How are you going to do that when you're going down to a meter and a little bit? So my thing, to let the homeowner and the builder developer know, and council, that I don't approve this variance, and that if you're going to do these things, stay within the parameters, live within the rules. My trust has been broken, and I thank you for your time. I understand your job is not easy, but the reason I'm here is obviously because if it fit within the community standards, the home would have been built a long time ago.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wish to, anyone else wish to address this application? No? Okay, go ahead.
So I'll be brief. With respect to the encroachment into the tree protection zone, we will not be encroaching into the tree protection zone. There was one tree. My understanding, and I have an arborist report in this file that I'm happy to share with this gentleman. That tree has been removed from his yard. We are not encroaching into any of the tree protection zone of any of his trees along the lot line anymore. And I'm happy to share all of that with him. In terms of the setbacks, Richmond Hill has very generous setbacks in this particular zone. But I routinely do work in many municipalities where the standard setback is 1.2 meters. And it's very, very possible to build a house with a 1.2 meter setback and not encroach onto the neighbor's lands. In Toronto, in fact, the setback in a lot of zones is 0.90, which is 3 feet. Again, they're able to build houses without walking on or being on their neighbor's property.
Thank
So it
you.
is possible.
Okay. Any comments from the planning department on this application?
Mr. Chair, no comments.
Any comments from our fellow members? Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Diretzi.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't particularly have any issues with requests for the variances as they stand, but if you could explain to the best of your ability why you chose that particular orientation for the house, because I'm looking at it, and if you just rotated it a little bit to one direction, you're going to be hitting the 1.5 meter side yard, which some of the residents would like to see, and perhaps even more. You might find yourself in a position where you've balanced all the side yards. Now, I can see that you have a basement walkout condition, so structurally, but there has to have been a way that you could have reoriented the structure in the back accessing your basement, which would have allowed you to tweak this in the right orientation. If I glance at it, it looks like you've maybe aligned it to the adjacent homes, the foundation walls of the adjacent homes, but I'll let you explain why you chose that orientation.
Sorry, it's been a very long time since this house was designed. But my understanding was, as I recall, is it had something to do with feng shui and pointing a certain direction. It had to point exactly that direction, and that's why there's a bit of a twist to the house. It also sort of aligns with the roadway. The roadway kind of cuts across the property. So I believe it's those two reasons combined.
Other comments from our members? Oh, yes, Mr. Agassi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just wanted to ask the agent a question. So you have spoken, I think I've heard from Mr. Luciani. You have spoken to him about his 3 conditions and you're okay with that? You guys are in alignment?
I spoke with the contractor and he's fine with them. The only thing we cannot do is a 6-foot high silt fence because they only come as their standard 4-foot high. But we will do a 6-foot high steel fence and that would run along the property line and protect his children from, going onto a construction site.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I would request a motion on this particular application. Yes, Mr. Agassi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item B on today's application list at 190 Sunset Beach Road, subject to terms and conditions in the staff report.
Moved by Mr. Agassi, seconded by, I'm looking for a seconder, Ms. Kelbas. All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to our next application located at 9471 Yonge Street. It's application A065/23.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may interrupt.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
We just need to clarify the previous decision.
Okay.
We had 2 members approve and we have member Gossi oppose and yourself was?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Yes. Thank you.
Because the motion was defeated. Thank you.
Yeah,
We just needed to confirm.
yeah.
Thank you.
No, that's why I asked for a negative vote. Yeah. Yes, please, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Chairs and committee members. My name is Mahshat Meshksar, and I'm here to present on behalf of the owner regarding the minor variance required for the proposed medical office in Unit 105 of the building located at 9471 Yonge Street. The subject property is in the residential 10 density zone and currently supports a mixed-use high-density residential commercial building consisting of the 6-story base podium with two 15-story towers and ground-level commercial units. The subject unit is located at the ground level. According to the zoning bylaw amendment application, medical office use is permitted in this building and is restricted to the lesser of 400 square meter or 20% of the total commercial gross floor area on the land. A minor variance application was approved on April 15 to 2021 to permit a total gross floor area of 416 square meter for medical offices on the land. We are now requesting a variance to increase the medical office area by 28.9 square meters, bringing the total area to 488.4 square meters. Thank you for the staff report that details and confirm the satisfaction of the required for test under section 45 of the Act for this variance. I would like to highlight some key points as well. The subject unit is currently using as a pharmacy, and 2 medical rooms and waiting area for patients is currently existing in this unit. While there is a separate entrance for the medical offices, the pharmacy and medical offices collaborate closely. We provided a parking study to ensure adequate parking availability with the increased medical office area. The parking study has been reviewed by engineering staff who have no concern with the proposal, and there is sufficient parking on the site to accommodate an additional medical office, the existing commercial use, and the residents of the apartment dwelling units. Staff believe that the proposal to add a medical office will enhance the city regional corridors by diversifying the range of the use in this area. The medical office will be ideally situated along Yonge Street within a mixed-use building. Staff also considered the requested variance appropriate for the optimal development of the land. The requested relief is not expected to result in a negative impact on the adjacent lands or the surrounding neighborhood. It's appropriate for the property and will utilize an existing commercial unit on the site. Overall, the requested variance is in keeping with the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw. It is desirable for the appropriate development of the land and is minor in nature and satisfy 4 tests. I would like to highlight that there are no objection on this variance, and the development sketch was acceptable according to the staff report. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Does anyone in the audience wish to address this application located at 9471 Yonge Street? Seeing none. Any comments from our planning department?
No comments, Mr. Chair.
Our committee members, no comments? I would request a motion. Yes, Mr. Terrazzi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would motion that minor variance application A065/23 located at 9471 Yonge Street be approved, subject to the terms and conditions in the city's staff report.
Moved by Mr. Terrazzi, seconded by Ms. Caldas. All in favor? Carries. Thank you so much. Our next application is located at 103 Richmond Street. It's application number A067/23. If you can please go ahead and present it. Thank you. Yes. Just one second. Yeah. Yes, you can proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair, committee members, my name's Russ Gregory. I'm here on behalf of the owners of 103 Richmond Street in Richmond Hill.
Oh, sir, we have one letter of objection on this. Have you got it? And
I
read
did
it?
see
Okay,
it this
okay,
late
thank
this
you.
afternoon, yes.
Go ahead, yeah.
I'll make a brief presentation. You've got the variances that have been requested in front of you. Back in March of 2022, the owners approached me to design a 2-story addition to the back of their existing heritage house and also a coach house for a secondary suite, for lack of better terms. We have done this many, many times in heritage areas around Ontario, Southern Ontario. I know Unionville was mentioned earlier today. We've done this several times. What my recommendation was to pick up the house and straighten it to the lot lines, which is why we're asking for the side yard setbacks to be just minor changes to what is there now. The bylaw requires more space to the second floor, but because it is a two-story wall, we need those variances. It's virtually in the same spot for front yard setback as the house sits right now. Due to the road widening, there was some confusion where the front yard setbacks and the encroachments were being taken from. I believe it's all been nailed down with the zoning examiner. There are no requirements or variances for height. Our net floor areas are all inclusive of the garage space and the ARU it's referred to. And those are the variances in front of you. I would like to go back in time to probably 6 months after our March 22nd meeting, this has been taken through the Heritage Committee with flying colors, no comments. The drawings were accepted almost verbatim with very little change. It came to council for that approval. And when we applied for our minor variance, we went through a myriad of requested adjustments, which we accommodated very openly and very easily. We have got a tree preservation plan. The neighbors to the west of this property have signed to do injury to their tree, not to remove it. There are a few trees down the lot line to be removed. They are actually not in very good shape anyhow. And I guess I'll put that aside. And if there is anybody to speak on behalf.
Okay, thank you. No,
Okay.
we'll address that. Does anyone in the audience wish to address this application located at 103 Richmond Street? Yes, sir. Please come, state your name, address, and go ahead.
Hi. For the record, my name is Arsha Mojdekanlu. I'm the owner and resident of 44 Raymond Street. I have a petition here signed by 42 homeowners within the vicinity of this project. And I believe you already received it through email today. Firstly, I'd like to mention that there's a discrepancy between the drawings for this property. I received a full set of drawings from the Assistant Secretary of Committee Adjustment, which includes floor plans, elevations, and a site plan, where it shows a gap between buildings to be 9 meters and no trees being removed. But there is another set of 4 pages uploaded on the website of City of Richmond Hill, which shows the gap between 2 buildings changed to 19 meters and 6 mature trees are being removed. And this set is also missing some floor elevations and floor plans, which raises the doubt that what else is changed. Additionally, the definition for neighborhood's character is based on usage of the property, building mass, and site setbacks. Considering the fact that this neighborhood has lots of heritage single dwelling, adding multiple residential dwellings in one property will affect and change the definition. Also, bylaw 62-24, Article 1 of Richmond Hill describes yard as any hard or softscape, open, uncovered, unoccupied space of a property. As I mentioned earlier, the neighborhood is known for its heritage houses and also the greenery and mature trees. Due to the proposed location of the secondary residential dwelling in the backyard, a significant number of mature trees will be cut and removed, which results in taking away more from privacy and noise absorption. Considering the location of 103 Richmond and it being a key lot, which is adjacent to 7 properties, a massive change like adding a secondary 2-story dwelling in the backyard will have a huge impact on immediate neighbors and will likely generate noise level and disturb the peace and quiet that we as homeowners currently enjoy. This disruption is not only a matter of convenience, but also a significant factor in maintaining the overall well-being and mental health of residents. As homeowners in the immediate vicinity, we have significant concerns regarding the potential interference with the privacy and the subsequent disturbance that has variance that this variance would impose on us. Proposed location of the secondary dwelling and asking for a variance to build more than double of what city permits you would likely result in an encroachment on privacy and of adjacent properties. The construction of this dwelling with the proposed area of 98 square meters for the first floor and 115 square meters for the second floor, again, more than double of what it's permitted, would lead into an increased ability for individuals to see into our private spaces that have historically been shielded from public view. This invasion of privacy would severely affect our quality of life, as our home meant to be on our sanctuary, free from unwarranted observation. Moreover, the anticipated increase in noise and activity resulting from this approval of this variance cannot be overlooked. We are not aware of Mr. Mumal's or future owner's intent, but me as an architect, when I look at the floor plans of the secondary dwelling in the backyard, I can see that there are two full bathrooms. Excuse me, there is one full bathroom on each floor. Therefore, by relocating only one door, you can have two separate rental units, which would definitely cause more issues and concerns. Additionally, the proposed variance may set a concerning example for future developments in our community, allowing such a significant deviation from the establishment building regulations could encourage other property owners to seek the similar variances, leading to gradual erosion of our neighborhood's character and the erosion of our collective rights to privacy, tranquility, and peace. In light of these concerns, we, the neighbors, 42 of them who signed this petition, would like to formally oppose this approval of the variance requested by the owner, and respectfully urge the Committee of Adjustment to deny the variance request. Upholding our community standards and protecting the privacy and peace of current residents is most important. We are confident that there are alternative solutions for the owner who can explore and which would not compromise the well-being of the surrounding homeowners. We trust that you will take the necessary steps to ensure the interest of all and rights of all homeowners to be adequately protected.
Thank you so
for your
much.
time.
So I have a question. We don't have the petition or the letter that the gentleman referred to. Oh, okay. Okay. Take a moment to look at it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask the applicant a question. if you don't mind.
Just 1 second. We'll just make sure. Are all good? No, we'll do that first. Yeah. We just hold off. Yeah. You'll get your chance. Can we just hear all the other?
Oh, sorry, I thought we were.
No, we're not. Yeah. So anyone else wish to speak on this particular application? Yes.
My name's Doug Lowry. I live at 115 Mill Street. I oppose the application. One of the things that concerns me as a resident in the heritage part of Richmond Hill is the increased traffic we're seeing on these secondary roads. I think as far as design goes, I think it's going to be very difficult to make these neighborhoods the kind of neighborhoods we want to live in and to walk in and to raise our families in. And then try to blend that in with the intensification that we're going to see on Yonge Street. My basic objection for new applications that are asking for a release from front yard setback is that means these homes that were built 100 years ago, safely back from the horse cart, are now encroaching the sidewalk. We only have one sidewalk on Richmond Street. There's a long stretch of road there without a stop sign, so that's becoming a racetrack. And we're seeing that in our secondary roads. So my real objection here is really with any setback that is looking for a reduction in an application. I'm hoping also in your final remarks that you could teach us a little bit about what it means when we have two dwellings on one property. How that's permissible, whether there's a grandfather clause that protects an applicant who is essentially seeking a main dwelling and an apartment in the backyard. Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this application? Located at 103 Richmond Street? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Oren Schmull. I'm at 111 Richmond Street, so I'm the next door neighbor on the west side. Looking at the application request, I was a little surprised, especially coming in with the first application that was discussed with the first apartment building, that this has the second most application requests. I was quite surprised, amazed actually, that they're proposing 65% over allowable zoning for gross floor area in request number 6. They are then requesting on request number 8, nearly 2 times over allowable zoning. And then even in number 7, there's about a 50% increase than allowable zoning. In fact, every request is asking for above the maximum. And I find that shocking. You had the apartment building where they were actually coming in a little bit less than allowed. You guys made your decision, but every single request here is for over. I cannot understand why that would be the case. I could understand in terms of economical sense from the owner's perspective, but in terms of for the neighborhood and the character, every single request is for more.
Okay.
The second item that I have, and it was addressed initially, but I need to address it fully now. There are 2 site plans. They are different. Which site plan is the one that is going to be approved? Because I can tell you that the one that's dated February 2024 cannot be approved because of the tree number 9 and because of the tree protection plan. So we need to make sure that we're using the site plan that's dated April 2024. Now, that particular site plan does not have the floor plan for the garage and the ARU, and I don't understand why. In addition, the third item regarding these site plans, I had a discussion with the owner of 103. We had concerns regarding water mitigation. They gave us a plan. They put down, him and the applicants put down a plan in terms of water mitigation. I have that plan. They gave it to me. It's printed out. I see no evidence of that on either site plan. That is very upsetting. And it makes me wonder, what else don't we know?
We'll address that.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to this application? Yes, sir.
Yes. Yep. Hi, good evening. I am Derek Wisniewski, representing my wife as well. Sarah Pyatt. We are 50 Reman Street. I'll be brief. My neighbor Arsham spoke very well as to the technical aspects. And I think you heard it as well. For lack of a better term, this coach house or a secondary dwelling is in the backyard. And for a property that touches 7 other backyards, that coach house, secondary dwelling, looks right into my backyard, my neighbor's backyard, my other neighbor's backyard. It looks into all 7 backyards. And again, we don't know exactly what the intention of this owner is and what the plans are for this secondary dwelling, nor would we know what the intentions are for a future owner. What I'd like to, I guess, end with is that I've heard through conversation that, you know, this family person is building a dream house. Well, 6 or 7 of us also have dream houses. And if you allow this to go through, you've impacted negatively our dream homes as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else regarding 103 Richmond Street? Yes, please. Your name and address first.
My name is Jessica Kuhn. My address is 37 Raymond Street. My backyard is not engaged in this, and as item 1 that took 75 minutes to have a lot of emotional stuff, this is more emotional with a couple of facts. Thanks to item number 1. I used to live on May Avenue, which is a very quite posh place. And when we sold our place for a lot of millions of dollars, we didn't sell the backyard because of something like this. In that area, they did not want little motels popping up. And so we held on, and everybody did very well when we finally did. There's 4 proper homes there. Hallelujah. So we moved up to Old Richmond Hill. And we moved here because it is the jewel of Richmond Hill, and it was our goal to move to the best place in Richmond Hill. And starting to see little hotels pop up in people's backyards was really never part of anybody's plan. And I really do think that's a terrible idea. With all of the trees coming down, I was alarmed how many old trees. In the ice storm of 2017, the side of my yard, we lost 6 giant trees, and we have been inundated with invasive insects that have actually ruined a lot of other old trees, and mosquito fest galore because we've lost our bats, our birds, we've lost all these things. I've been on nearly every committee and council in Richmond Hill to do planning for culture and green spaces and all that stuff. And I really thought that cutting down big trees was something that we cared about. And this is a big problem for us, especially in that little neighborhood that we've already lost so many in the ice storm because it is very old. So that's just another thought. And I really don't think we should take the jewel of Richmond Hill and start building motels in our backyard that will make more motels start in everybody's backyards and ruin our city. That's my emotional thing. Thank you.
Hi, Tara Pyatt. I'm from 50 Reman. I'm Derek's wife, and he just forgot to say one thing. But when the note, I just want to raise the fact that we raised like 42 neighbors are concerned of what's happening in our community. And this is only when we received notification 1 week ago. We never got the month and a half. So in 1 week, we're seeing these concerns. And it makes me wonder, again, why weren't we notified earlier? Why haven't we been able to engage and figure things out and work as a community to get to a resolution?
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, thank you. I appreciate your brevity. Thank you.
I'll be even more so. My name is Paul Kramer. I live at 104 Richmond Street, so I'm right across the street. And I'm really just here to be counted. I just want to say I oppose. I oppose from the perspective of the multiple dwellings. I particularly oppose from the perspective of the percentages above variance. Kind of makes me wonder, what's the point of these rules and variances, particularly when builders choose to come in and seemingly ignore them. I guess they hope no one's going to show up, but thank you for showing up, people. Yeah, and that's really it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, great. Anyone else? Okay. If there are no more comments from the audience, I would request if there's any comments from the planning department. Before we go to our members, I do have a question about this concern about two site plans. Which one are we approving? I'm a little confused about that. If you can shed some light on it, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the drawing that's on the website is the most recent site plan. It was provided to me by the Secretary Treasurer.
In our report, right? And
Correct.
that's the one we are approving.
That's correct.
Okay, okay. You have to address your questions through me, sir. Well, it would be on our, yeah, yeah. It's dated April, I think 8th, right?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it says 04/08/24.
That's what I. Not record your voice if you're not at the podium. Sir, would you let this gentleman speak first? Yeah.
Yeah, so the site plan dated April 8, 24 is missing the garage and ARU floor layout and is missing, there's no trace of the water mitigation measures that I received in writing from the applicant.
We'll let the applicant address that.
Okay.
Okay? Before you go, I will just want to, planning department has a.
Yeah, through you,
comment.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, if I may. So we typically include only the site plan and the elevations in the staff reports. We don't include the floor plans. That's not our common practice. Thank you.
That makes sense, yeah.
Some of the elevations. Some elevations.
Some elevations are missing? Report contains the elevations. I see all of them. Anyway, yeah. Before you start, I have,
Certainly. Yeah.
let me just go through my committee members, or shall we just? You can address all the residents and then we'll go to the committee members. Go ahead.
Would you like me to, oh, Mr. Chair, thank you. I guess there were several items brought up. Originally, we did have this coach house 9 meters plus off the back wall of the proposed two-story addition. In dealing with the next door neighbor at number 111, we were asked to move it to the back of the property past tree number 9, which is a large, I believe, silver maple tree. We did that. We put a note on the drawings that said to use permeable pavers in the tree protection zone. I do believe that's the site plan that you have. It's to me, it's not a bad spot for it. It would have been nicer closer to the house, but in order to save tree number 9, that's why we moved it to the back. In doing that, and just previous to that, we were asked by the planning staff to reduce the size. We reduced the size of the building, the garage main floor by 5 feet, and the nose of the second floor got reduced by 5 feet. Those drawings were resubmitted to staff, and I believe they are in your package. As noted, we don't normally put in floor plans, but they are available. This is only intended possibly for an in-laws suite upstairs. That's why there is a small kitchen or an office for the owner. He's in his own business. And the ground floor is meant the washroom for a pool out the back and the storage, because there is no other storage for the garage. They would like to park their 3 or 4 vehicles in there. come the day that he has a small Porsche or something. If I can address the concern about the front yard and side yard setbacks, I'd trust that the committee understands that the house currently sits in that spot. We are just simply picking it up, giving it a little twist to get it more parallel to the east lot line, building a foundation and putting it down, and then building the two-story addition on the back of it. To the best of my knowledge, and I don't believe I'm incorrect, there are no variances for the addition. The variances are just for the side yard on the existing house where we're putting it back down, and the front yard, which is already negligent of the proper front yard setback. But we do have to include the road widening. So because of that, it also reduced our lot area, which is why we're at 30.31% instead of the 28% we had prior to the road widening. That's also bumped up all our numbers for net floor area, GFA, everything else. To speak to the point of the proposed, I keep calling it coach house, second dwelling unit, secondary suite, whichever it's preferred, the ARU. I don't have to tell this committee, but the provincial government has mandated the municipalities to try and make do with these, try and create spaces for more affordable housing, more reliable housing, and more housing, period. This is not an overcrowding of the property. If you look at this property, it's only 50 feet wide. That's why we needed to keep the driveway up the side. What you see from the street is going to be exactly what's there now. The building at the back is hidden with more trees than normal. The owner also asked me to remind that back in the day, there was a cabin back there and a frame garage. I'm going back into the 80s. They have been removed. There is now a big metal dome shed that is coming out, and this is his garage that he wants to build with a suite above it. Very simple, it doesn't go over the height restrictions. The building is permitted under the bylaw, and that's what we're here to have the committee hopefully approve. And
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your responses. Any comments from our members? Mr. Duretzi, yes, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll be brief. Just to clarify for our audience, the request for the minimum front yard setback relief is due to the fact, as you had mentioned, that you've lost some 3.35 meters of frontage due to the widening. So there is no sort of a decrease in the front yard setback. You've just lost that space.
That is correct.
Okay. With respect to the ARUs, important to note that this is now a reality here in the city of Richmond Hill. If planning can confirm that every single lot now in the city of Richmond Hill is permitted to apply for and build an ARU on their property, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. 3 dwelling units are permitted
On every single lot in the city of
within
Richmond
a
Hill.
settlement area.
Okay, so it's a reality. It's, it's going to bring a lot of people some stress and aggravation, but we have to work through those issues. The only problem that I had is with respect to the size of that ARU. I'm just looking at it. It's 1,200 square foot unit. It's a fairly sized unit. Are there any restrictions with respect to the size of, and it is also a 2-story. The ARUs that this committee has seen to date have all been, to my knowledge, 1-story. And this is a 2-story, 1,200 square feet. So could you comment on that, please?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, there is a variance for the maximum floor area of that ARU. The maximum floor area is 55 square meters, and this ARU is proposed at 115.90 square meters. This ARU is on the second story. It's not on the first story. There is an entrance from the first story at the rear of the garage, but I would say the entirety of the ARU is contained in the second story of the garage.
So the ground level is all garage, essentially, is what you're saying?
I can have the applicant clarify with it, but it's the majority, I would say 75% is the garage, and then there is an entrance.
Understood.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if I may interrupt, sorry. The ARU is the second floor plus the non-garage portion on the ground floor, which is the stairwell, the change room, the bathroom, the two-piece, and the storage areas, and a laundry room for the pool use on the ground floor. So that is also included in the ARU. The second floor is, sorry, I don't have it in metric. I must apologize. It's 817 square feet only. And you can see from the floor plan that we shedded down the roof for the nose of the building coming out, so it wasn't a large two-story building. This was done. We've done many of these in the back lots of Unionville, Kleinberg. They're very nice-looking buildings. Sorry. And this is where my clients came to me and asked me to make that kind of a design for them, keeping in mind we only have a 50-foot lot. So it has to go long and narrow instead of across the property. I think that hopefully that answered your question. And as I say, we did lose a fair bit of lot to that road widening, that lot area, which bumps our number up a little bit too.
Thank you. Any other comments from our members? Committee members? Yes, Ms. Kalbas.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. There was a clarifying question on ARUs, and thank you to Member Duretzi for filling that information in. As far as I'm aware, the ARUs are also required to stay within the ownership of the property owner. So this isn't going to be a separated unit. It can't be sold to somebody else. That would have to go through a consent application, which is not before us today. If you do have concerns, we heard this word hotel, you really should approach your council member and go through the council to try and implement some sort of short-term rental, but that is not within the purview of this committee.
Thank you, Ms. Kalbas. The only other comment I have is that then the way you described the ARU, it cannot be two separate apartments. It doesn't look like there, no, but there is no even physical possibility of making them into two apartments.
Understood.
Okay. In that case, we'll give you very short time. Yeah, we'll just let the resident, he has to say something. If you can let him, please. I request you to be very brief. Yes.
To clarify,
yes, go ahead.
To clarify some bylaws, all the bylaws, as far as I know, and I do this for a living, when they get accepted within a certain time of timing, you cannot oppose them. You cannot ask for variances. For instance, City of Markham, if there is a bylaw that passed recently, you cannot ask for variances within the first 2 years. And this is the ARU for City of Richmond Hill is very recent. And they're asking, again, I just wanted to clarify, the maximum area footage for the garage bylaw permitted by city is 40 square meters. They're adding the coach house, the first floor to it at the end, which overall would be 98 square meters, more than double. And upstairs, 55 square meters is the max. They're asking for 115, again, more than double. And yes, they're pushing it back to avoid cutting trees, but they're still cutting 6 trees. And they're still, whoever you bring there, yeah, they cannot buy it, but they can rent it out. You cannot control your tenants. My wife is a paralegal. She has a lot of court cases between landlords and tenants. You can't promise who you're going to bring there. And you cannot promise what they're going to do. They're going to be up there looking into everyone's backyard. People have pools there. People have kids in their backyards. How can you guarantee that? That's my main concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. 1 minute, sir. One of our members still has a comment to make. Yeah. Mr. Gosney.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I did want to ask the owner or the agent, I'm looking at the block that the house resides on between Elmdale, Richmond, Reman, and Wright Street. Roughly how many houses are on there? About 40 of them, I imagine?
I would say maybe more.
Maybe
50.
more.
Yes.
Okay, so the number of people that had objected to this was in the 40 range. How many of those people objected lived in that block where their backyards would be exposed to that ARU? I guess that's for the gentleman that,
Petition
yep,
within the 2 years, the 2 days that I had, because it was a very short notice. Fortunately, some people were in their cottages, they couldn't sign. But within that vicinity that is marked here, the circle,
Mhm.
I knocked on everyone's door.
right.
And I got 42 signatures from 36 houses.
So 36 of the houses, whatever number, 40 to 50. Thank you.
Okay, if we have no further comments, you can, oh, Mr. Duretzi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll be quick. Just on that last point, a previous last point. The ARUs are a provincial statute, it's a provincial bill. And as you know, in terms of the hierarchy of documents, it takes precedent over all municipal zoning bylaws. Thank you.
And did you have anything else to add?
At this point, Mr. Chair, no,
Okay.
there's no sense in
That's
getting
fine.
into a
No,
match over.
we will basically do a motion. Yes,
I spoke about water mitigation. I have the survey. You guys want to see it?
I don't think we need to. No, no, thank you.
So basically, this could be passed without water mitigation, even though I promised by the applicant.
The applicant will respond to that.
Mr. Chair, if I could, once we get through this stage of approvals, we will have to provide a lot grading and servicing plan to the engineering department. I do believe it's one of the conditions that are in the staff report. And yes, I did promise the owner that we would have it. And there is a partial one done already, and I believe that's maybe what he has. But it might have the garage still close to the house because that's where we started with this whole thing. So,
Well, your permitting process will include all that.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, and I would at this point entertain a motion for this particular application. Committee members. Yes, Mr. Duretzi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that minor variance application A 067/23 located at 103 Richmond Street be approved, subject to the terms and conditions in the city's staff report.
Moved by member Duretzi, and seconded by Ms. Calbas. All in favor? All against? One against.
Thank you.
Joke.
To move on to our next application. Yeah, I know. We were allowed? Yeah, yeah. Look. Can we request a recess at this point if everyone is okay with that? Yes. It'll only be for 5 minutes and we'll come back. Okay, our next application, if everyone is ready, I'm going to start. Is located at 36 Mayvern Crescent and it's A074/23. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Ali Shakiri, architect, representing my clients who are present here. If I can have is this the right place? Oh. Yep, we were before this panel some 3 months ago. It was deferred and asking us to improve the front yard setback and the front porch setback. It's what we did. The variances before you, we have improved the front yard setback from 7.82 to 8.33, and also the front porch setback we improved from 4.59 to 3.62 encroachment only. Of course, my apologies, sir. In addition to that, the coverage, I'm glad to mention that we have totally removed the coverage from the list of variances. My client, living in that property for more than 10 years, obviously knowing the neighborhood, I have presented this before. They have some nearly 30 neighbors signing in support of this application. You have a copy of that in the file. I don't know if you see this, these graphs I'm presenting, but that's a graph showing almost the properties that are signed in support in relation to the subject property. How can I display these graphs? I mean, it would be very effective if I could project it somewhere. Okay. I have just. Yes, sure, I will do that. I have just one copy. I thought I could just display and explain to everybody. Anyways, I'm going to be brief. The location of the house, if you go to the second page, it's shown by a red dotted line. That is the location of the existing house, which is closer to the street, so we are improving that. And on the third page, highlighted by green, is showing the location of a house that could be built on this lot as of right. That house, as of right, will project into the backyard and will cause obstruction for the two neighbors. So basically, the two side neighbors will see a lot of the side walls of the house that could be built as of right. The situation is created because of the boomerang shape of the street at that location. There is a graph, the last page I have shown basically simulated that if we turn that last lot to be parallel to the other lots, then the proposed house is going to be very much in keeping with the front yard of the two neighbors. And that whole situation with the front yard is only created because of the boomerang shape of the street. So now what we're asking here by that front yard, reduced front yard setback will put the house in keeping with the same average front yard, existing front yard of the two neighbors, and also will prevent further encroachment into the backyard, which will create horrendous obstruction for the two neighbors. So I don't have anything further to say, but if there's.
No,
any
thank you
question-
so much. Yeah,
Okay.
we've looked at the drawings you've circulated. Have they been passed back? Oh, they're there. If the gentleman wants them. Does anyone in the audience wish to address this application located at 36 Mayburn? Yes. Please come.
Good evening. My name is Pat Pollock, and I'm the chair of the Mayburn Area Residents Association. On March 21st, this property came before the COA and was deferred based on the front step protrusion into the property line. Although, as I was explained, there are many other reasons this could have been deferred or denied. So here we are again with the applicant making one insignificant change. Well, I ask, what are the reasons for variances? I want to initiate this conversation by asking the question, why are variances being requested? According to a retired planner in our neighborhood, originally variances were requested to deal with specific special circumstances. We see now that this is not the case. Variances are requested to overbuild beyond the zoning bylaw to satisfy a want, not a need. Why is there no attempt to build within the zoning bylaw, as is the case here? And I don't want to hear irregular lot as an excuse, as we've just already heard. Most of our neighborhood lots are irregular, and our homes fit without requiring variances. Unfortunately, there is little or no regard for the existing neighborhood, essentially. I can build what I want, no matter how it affects others or the character of the neighborhood. Where is the balance between the rights of this property owner versus the rights of the other 220 property owners in the neighborhood? What is the character of the neighborhood overall? The statement in the staff report regarding respecting the character and distinguishing features of the neighborhood, be context sensitive, and be compatible with the character of the adjacent and surrounding area in order to promote connectivity and excellence in design, and to fit within the physical concept and character of the surrounding areas. And the overall massing of the proposed dwelling is similar to the built form of the surrounding area, are counter to what we see in the built form. Let me be specific. The proposed building has a flat roof. In the established neighborhood, not one building has a flat roof. Some people in our neighborhood call these flat roof designs commercial, doctor's offices, certainly not residential in character. The front facade of the proposed building is flat, with the only feature being the front stairway. The existing building character in our neighborhood has no stairways. In the rear of this proposed property, there's raised walkout covered by a deck, both of which impose on the privacy of neighbors. Privacy, by the way, they have had for over 40 years. It also provides for bonus lot coverage, which has never been addressed by the planning department. All of these characteristics do not fit the character of the neighborhood, are not context sensitive, and do not respect the characteristics of the existing neighborhood. According to the official plan, as is stated in this staff report, those conditions must be met. What is the impact on the neighbors? We realize that the homeowner is allowed to build what they want on their own property, so long as it fits the 4 tests of the Planning Act. However, neighbors have rights too. And those rights are not taken into consideration here. You should be made aware that adjacent property owners have, 1, paid to have inspections done on their foundations, since previous infills have caused damage to existing foundations. 2, have devised ways to protect their privacy, which will be costly to them. And 3, had flooded basements due to the placement of downspouts from infills. These financial burdens should not be borne by existing neighbors who have made this neighborhood their home for many years. When privacy issues are a concern, COAs and other jurisdictions mandate that fencing, privacy screens, design changes become conditions of approval. Well, that is the cost borne by the applicant, not by neighbors. Why are we so different? On my slide, the first one that I gave you, the zoning bylaw requirements states the minimum front yard setback stated in the staff reports. There's a discrepancy. On the first report, it's stated as 11.11 meters. That was in the report that was in March. In this report, the minimum front yard setback from the established building line is 10.77 meters. Which one is correct? You shouldn't be making decisions based on faulty information. We need that clarified. The second slide is based on the old versus the new site plans. There are 3 jet outs on each of those site plans. On the old site plan, starting from the back, the old one is 6 feet 4 3/4 inches, and the new one is 6 feet 2 3/4 inches. The second one going towards the front of the building. The first one is 6 feet 9 1/2 inches, and the second 6 feet 2 3/4 inches. And the one closest to the front, the old one is 6 feet 2 3/4 inches, and the new one is 5 feet 7 1/2 inches. It appears in this new proposal that the south wall is now closer to the property line. The variances have been increased. Please explain to me how the interior distance from the north to the south wall remains the same when those jut outs have changed. That needs to be clarified.
Our 5 minutes are getting
Pardon?
close. Do you have a lot more?
A little more.
Well, we have gone a long way. Let's see.
One more discrepancy.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
In the old, in the first proposal, the front steps, and this was why it was deferred. So this is the, I guess, the important one. The front steps were at 8 feet protruding. Now they are 6 feet 3 inches, 1 foot 7 inches different. Consider this. All of the variances requested are 2 feet or greater, which you consider minor or insignificant. The new proposal decreased the front yard setback by only 1 foot 7 inches. Is this not insignificant as well? Logic would say if you deferred this once and the applicant came back with no significant change, this should be deferred or denied also. That is not a significant change to warrant giving approval to this application. I have several questions. To the planning department, which minimum front yard setback is correct? To the committee, in instances of infill development, what privacy considerations are you prepared to enforce for that back porch and deck over top? To the applicant, how can the interior dimensions remain the same while increasing the south wall encroachment in 3 places? And to the applicant, what is the harm in abiding by the zoning bylaw? I would like to stress, just in case you think otherwise, there is a growing frustration, even anger, at what is happening in our neighborhood. We are not against infill. What we are against is infill that does not fit in the neighborhood as outlined in the Planning Act, the official plan, the zoning bylaws, and the Neighborhood Amendment 18.4. The Planning Department has never consulted with the neighborhood. The staff reports reflect a lack of knowledge about the neighborhood. Little wonder we feel let down by the city. The bottom line, the applicant is further encroaching on the south side wall in 3 places. There is still virtually no change from the original. So on what basis could you not defer this or deny this again?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to address this, sir? If you can address something different than what has already been discussed, whichever one of you wants to come, yeah.
Okay, first of all, and I mean no disrespect, but not being able to see what the consultant had on his projected, it's ridiculous. I mean, I don't even know what he's talking about. So for us not to see that is a bad thing. Second thing is I took a lot of pictures to show you what the neighborhood looked like. And I can't show you because I can't project it. And this time there's no excuse. And I'm not blaming the young lady here, please. I'm not doing that. I'm saying technically this should be a very easy thing. I do it all over the world. I should be able to project what I have so you can see my pictures. My pictures tell a story and I can't show you. And that's ridiculous. But just to go through it quickly. Again, my name is Ron Gibson. I live at 46 Mayburn. My major objection to this, and the reason I came out today was I've got an issue with the planning department. If I look, you people are making recommendations and you're making decisions based on what the planning department tells you. And my presentation basically shows that everything they say is not true. So forgive me, I'm not picking at you particularly, but you talk about, I should have worn my glasses. Talk about the size masses of these houses. They say they fit in with the neighborhood. They don't. If you saw my pictures, you would see that these houses are massive things. Have you all been have you been through our neighborhood, the 4 of you? When was the last time you've been there?
I didn't visit it again.
Because you're all supposed to have been there in the last 6 days. And if you haven't been, then you haven't done your job either. Now, I understand you've got a lot of things to look at, but they say that the mass is not a significant factor. It is a significant factor. You look at our neighbors have had cracked foundations, which has been mentioned. We have people here who now have lost their privacy because they have a very high second floor that looks in over top of their area. There's a tree next to this property that the drip line, which I could show you if I could project it, is well into the area that's going to be cut off by the extension southwards of this wall. And so where's the arborist report that's talking about that? If the neighbor has to take the tree down in a year, that's going to cost them $2,000 to $3,000. The builder's going to be gone and the new owner's not going to want to replace that. So there's a lot of issues. You're basing your decision on the planning committee. What do they always say? No comment, no issues. I went through countless reports that came through your group. It's almost like it's a cookie cutter response to any variation. No issue, no issue, no issue. Drive through our neighborhoods. These houses are an eyesore. And realizing that that's not your decision to do, that's the planning department that we have to work with. My only request to you guys is make them stay within the bylaw.
Sir, I appreciate your comments. If they followed the bylaw, they can build a much larger house, which would be far more intrusive and much more unpleasant to the neighborhood, sticking to the bylaws. I'm just letting you know.
I understand, but my question is, if you look at, we've got 8 houses in there now, 4 no variance, 4 with variance.
they're all eyesores, but make them stick to the bylaw. Why allow variance? What's the point in rules if I can change it? I don't give my son a Rolex because he wants one.
Anyway,
So anyway.
I'm just letting you
Yeah,
speak.
I
I'm not
understand.
going to rebuttal.
Right.
I would like you to finish so that someone else can.
So I'm pretty much done, but my only question is to watch what they send you, because what they're sending to you is not correct. That's all I got to say.
I appreciate your comments. Anyone else wish to address this application? Thank you.
Okay, can I have my questions answered too, please?
Once everyone has spoken.
Name's Council and Chair. Thanks for hearing us out. My name is Trevor Giffen. I live at 38 Mayvern, immediately to the north of this property. I'm not going to rehash a lot of what was said because
I appreciate that. Yeah.
But I do want to say that the statement within the report, which is what we're given to come to this committee, the construction of proposed two-story single detached dwelling is compatible in keeping with the existing character of the neighborhood, particularly with respect to the building massing scale. I laughed out loud when I read that. If you have been to our neighborhood, the simple eye test tells you that that is completely laughable and it's insulting. And quite frankly, it pisses me off that I have to come here and talk to you about it when it's very clear just by looking at our neighborhood that is not the case. It's a lie. And it's frustrating. I have no problem with people updating and upgrading their homes. We did it ourselves. We spent $200,000 to update our home for a family of 5. But I didn't encroach on anyone else's privacy, and I didn't build a monster home next to 1.5 and 2-story homes. It's a joke, and it has to stop. I'm losing privacy for my family and my kids in my backyard because of how this proposal is being built or being proposed, and I'm pissed off.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to address this application at 36 Melbourne? Okay.
My name is Bert Callio and I'm at 34 Mayvern Crescent. Not to rehash a whole bunch of this stuff, I have a couple of observations. I've been coming here for a couple of years now. When I first started coming here, there was lots of room for everybody to sit because hardly anybody ever showed up. Now it's standing room only, and you have to ask the question, why? So variances, what are variances? Well, if we didn't have variances, presumably we wouldn't be here tonight because as the previous speaker so eloquently put it, everybody seems to be pissed off these days. And it's not that we have anything against the owners of 36 Mayvern. It's just that we don't like what we see in our neighborhood. I'm about to have to absorb a whole lot of costs for a number of things, probably fencing. We have to do some sort of foundation assessment. I'm going to have to do some serious landscaping and God knows what else. We just, how can I put it and not get thrown out? We would like to have some support from a committee of adjustment that presumably is looking to be fair to everyone. We're taxpayers here. We spend a lot of money on taxes every year, and we don't think we're getting the support that we pay to the city of Richmond Hill. We need some help too. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Anyone else wish to address this application? Seeing none, we want to, before the planning department, I do have a question from Ms. Pollack's concerns, which was regarding the 2 separate zoning bylaw requirements. If you can please address that. Thank you.
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Chair, I spoke to the zoning examiner because I even had the same question when I saw it and when I found this discrepancy. So as it was noted, there is two requirements. The previous report had a larger requirement, which was 11.11 meters for the front yard. And now that has changed to 10.77 meters. The zoning examiner did confirm with me that there was a change because there was a difference in interpretation with the zoning team and how it was measured. And that was a minor error on their end for the first round. So they confirm now that the correct number is 10.77 meters as per the report.
So would that satisfy you, Ms. Pollock? Yes, okay. That's fine. So her question is answered, and I believe we can now go back to our applicant.
Give me a second. Sure, sir.
Your question to the committee will be addressed when we come back to the committee. Yeah, okay.
But one of the comments from the neighbors I literally and utterly agree with is that it's absolutely difficult to express any sort of planning merit on the application without being able to project. With that regard, I'm agreeable to the neighbors. And I'd like to pass this to you. I mentioned one of the very, very bold comments, part of my language is I think being pissed off is that does not have any sort of planning merit. So I'd like to not go any further on that. This house has been before you, as I mentioned. We had a few variances. I don't think if the neighbors are talking about the variances, it's basically some comments that have no planning merits. If you, amongst those comments, if you find anything respecting other people, if you find any comment that has a planning merit, I'd be more than glad to answer. I just want to wrap it up by this has been reviewed by the planning department. You can see there is no objection from anybody, and they are recommending approval. We have the support from the immediate community, as you can see. We have patiently worked. My client has carried the house for 3 more months. They need to build a new house, and we reduced 2 of the variances were particularly mentioned on the last hearing. We were just particularly requested to improve those 2 variances. We did, and in addition to those, we removed the 1 variance, which is the coverage. 2 variances can basically control the building mass, usually in any of these applications. One is the coverage, the other one is the building height. We do not have the building coverage anymore, and the height, as you can see on the drawings, is 1 full meter less than what's allowed by the bylaw. Yeah, you can see a fact that has planning reasons and planning merits comes as a sarcasm to the neighbors. But I am standing before you saying this house, as proposed, is 1 full meter less than what's allowed by the bylaw, and that's to the middle of the roof. The roof can be built as a mansard roof with the middle on that 35 foot and majorly go even beyond that. We can even have 1 full story inside of that mansard roof without even asking for a coverage variance, because the floor area is not regulated in this area. As you adequately put, sir, this house can be humongously, majorly designed, majorly bigger than what it is before you, and this is considered a very, very truly a technical variance. We are here. There was 1 comment mentioned, what's the harm in complying with the bylaw, is that privacy that Mr. Callio was mentioning and some other neighbors mentioned is going to be ruined because we are going to be further encroaching into the backyard. I have shown that with it, but that's a green graph I presented to you. very much hoping that you move to approve this application because we are not offering anything but pure rational, pure planning rational, but I'm here to answer.
Okay, thank you so much.
And
Yeah.
the owner, by the way, wants to have a few.
Yes, of course. Yeah. With your name and address.
Thank you,
yeah.
Chair and the team. My name is Sahar Pakdal. I'm here with my husband. So we are living in this area for 11 years, in this neighborhood. 2.5 years back, we had a very tragic way of losing one of our parents. And that's impacting our life and thinking and in many ways. So we decided to change our home totally, going to the other for a change, for the better hope and motivation. And we start searching around, but we really like the area, the neighborhood. So we thought to, and you know how expensive the houses now in the market. But this one, because it's old, so we have to put lots of money towards to going somewhere newer or more enjoyable to our family. So we decided to build a house because it's almost the same amount of money. And it gives us the project to start the hope and motivation, especially for my husband. So we love our neighbors, north and south, and others that in the street.
Time.
Yeah. So we give it thought to, if we go by law, it will be not beneficial to both sides, my neighbors, right and left, because of a merit of the curve of the street, the 45 years ago, or sometimes that time that they built the house, they might have gone through the same exemption or something that they have set back in front of the other two neighbors. So we thought of the neighbors. That's why we try to keep not going inside the yard and not wasting our 6 months and waiting for approval on the committee and spend money to, to get that built as in the existing building already in front from that. So we still care about both side neighbors. We will plan to pay anything they are thinking that the cost is on their side. Even we get the inspection for both sides foundation when they destroy the house, or whenever it's required. And also we will do the landscaping, even they like it in their yard or in our yard with a mature like cedar or something, and also putting the screen on the deck. So we will make sure they are not, the privacy of when we sit in the backyard will be impacting them.
Okay, we appreciate all your comments. Thank you so much. Yeah. If there's anyone else wish to speak on this, did you want to say something again?
Just briefly, these are the two houses in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think you showed them before.
I
Yeah,
showed
yeah,
them,
which did not require any variances.
One simple fact that this one, yes, 16 Sanderson is just adjacent street. This is done without coming to the committee of adjustment.
Okay.
Complying with the bylaw. So it's basically the bylaw does not determine and if there was not that boomerang effect of the street, we wouldn't have been here for sure.
No. Did you have to add something else? Yeah.
Yes, both of those went through planning and did not have variances on them, so we did not have a chance to speak to that.
No, we have to thank this applicant to give you that opportunity. So you had two questions of the committee. We can address them now and then we will vote.
How can the interior, sorry, to the committee, there was only one question.
Yes.
In instances of infill development, what privacy considerations are you prepared to enforce?
Does anyone want to address that, or I can speak to that if you, yeah, go ahead, Carlos.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that privacy issues are actually enforceable by the committee. If we were to add a condition, perhaps planning can comment on that.
Sorry, to add to that, I mean, as it's made very clear in this application that if the zoning bylaw was followed, the result could have been much more privacy intrusive than it is today. So it's not this committee's onus on this committee to basically change bylaws. We can vary them, but we don't initiate the bylaws. It's a zoning bylaw issue.
I understand that.
Yeah.
There are other jurisdictions that do make recommendations in order to give approval for the proposal. And yet Richmond Hill is not doing anything like that.
I cannot speak to the council issues in this committee. Does anyone else want to comment on this particular topic in our committee? No? I would request a motion for this particular application. Oh, yes, please, go ahead.
Say that in the town bylaws, it's supposed to match the character of the neighborhood. These houses that they are putting in our neighborhood are huge houses. They do not match the character of our neighborhood. And they're already huge houses. Why do they need even more? Just give them more, give them more. They were taking more, their houses are bigger than the ones that are in our neighborhood. We have over 200 houses in our neighborhood that are not huge houses. And these are monster houses already, even if they meet the bylaws. But they still want more and more. To me, that's wrong. You are not taking the consideration of the neighborhood and the people who live there. We have been living there for over 30 years, and we've raised our children, our family there. The houses there are adequate, but they are wanting more and more. That is wrong. They should be following the bylaws.
If you can please put your name, since you have spoken. Thank you. Oh. Okay, I'm going to move through this quickly. Any other comments from the planning department at this point? Any other comments from our committee? Yes, Mr. Duretti.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I didn't know you were calling for a motion earlier, so I do have some comments. I'll be brief. So this application, it was deferred to come back to this committee with some improvements. That was the whole idea of the deferral. And you did what we asked you to do, which was to come back and make some improvements. And in doing so, you took away the request for maximum lot coverage. You improved the maximum encroachment of the front yard. So items 1, 2, and 4 on this new application have been improved. And as I mentioned earlier, excluded maximum lot coverage, with the exception of number 3, which stayed consistent. So I do appreciate your patience in making those changes, coming back to the committee, because we know that if you built according to the bylaw and just followed the rules of the bylaw, you would be permitted to build a house which was more impactful to the community. But I get the point of the residents, because I did walk the area. And when you get out of your vehicle and walk the sidewalk, you see these contemporary style homes that don't fit in. But those homes may fit in. They're nice homes architecturally. I like it, but it may not be suitable for that area architecturally. But these areas do not have architectural control. It's not part of the zoning bylaw. So all we have to look at are the variances before us. In dealing with that, we're not dealing with the architectural control or the contemporary style or the pitched roof style of those houses. I like the architectural design. I don't like it in that area. I would agree with you. There's a place for those. And it'll probably be another 40 or 50 years before the entire community has that style of home, but it could happen. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Other comments from our committee members? Seeing none, I would request a motion. Mr. Gossi.
For you, Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve item E on today's agenda at 36 Mayvern Crescent, subject to terms and conditions.
Moved by Mr. Gossi, seconded by Mr. Duretzi. All in favor? Approved. Thank you. We're going to move to our next application. It's application number, there we go. A075/23 located at 453 Balkan Road. Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening. Okay, my name is Rick Long. The address is 2710 14th Avenue, L3R CO91. No, COJ1. To you, Mr. Chair, before I begin, I noticed a slightly deficiency on the staff report on page 3 of the report. We are not asking for any variances related to the height, but on page 3, second paragraph, yeah. So is that a problem or should I just go ahead?
The second paragraph?
Page number 3 of 6, second paragraph.
Yeah.
Because I talked to the panel last Friday.
Do not answer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it probably came from another staff report.
Yeah,
It was
it
carried
looks
over.
like a
It's an error.
error. It looks like an error. Yeah.
So is that okay? Could I? Okay.
I'm going to have to refer to our secretary. But, asking for a variance. No, it is. It's just should be taken off. That entire paragraph in the staff report is, I think our planning staff concurs with your observation. We will delete second paragraph on page 3 of 6.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, now I'll begin with the variances. This is a proposal for a single detached dwelling unit. Located at Balkan and as you can see on the screen, our site is a pie-shaped corner located at the corner of Balkan Road. And we are item number 1. We are asking for a variances of originally we were asking for a 1.2 meters rather than the 2.4 meters, which is what happened was our our garage checked the variances, which is we are the garage ceiling height is more than 6 feet from measured from the grade, so that it considered that another story. So which kind of us have 3-story. So that we are looking for a variance of 2.4 meters right now, rather than the 1.2, which is also variance number 2 for the lot coverages, which is actually the same size as the booth strip on the drawings, and which is caused by we're trying to increase the personal hygiene space in the second floor area. If you look into Linda. Could you move to page 2, please? Oh, no, actually page 3. Page 3? No, actually that's page 4. I'm sorry, that's second floor. Yes. So that shows where the where the bathroom is, and then variance number 3, which is the check one. Linda, could you go back to page 1? Thank you. Yes, on our zoning search back at dated back at September 1st, the 23. We are not sure about the front yard where to determine the front lot line at this pie-shaped area. So we got this picture. If Linda, if you could zoom into the lower left corner. Yes. That's a snapshot lower left corner of my, if you zoom in. Yep, so that's the original zoning search that we have. We got it related to the front yard setback. So we decided the house in a sawtooth way, so they're trying to avoid that front yard setback. And after we submitted the applications, we got other comments from staff back at January 11 this year. And so they asked us to put a circle, or I would say a radius of 20 feet at the point of 15.24 where the front yard setback would be. And that's the curved area. And by April, I got another email comments from staff, which is asking us to have the setback taken from the whole curve. So that is what happened right now. So that's why we have that variances. And item number item number 4 related to the encroachment of the garage. Because if we place the garage on the south side of the lot, which is right at the edge of when the car goes out, which is right against the traffic. So we try to put the garage integrated into the house and then use the existing driveway. But that actually triggered the setback of 20 feet. You can see that at the far north corner, which is about 17 feet away from the setback. So the one that we're asking for is the corner, southernmost of the corner. And last one would be number 6 related to the driveway. Because as you can see that our driveway is quite a short one. So that we actually provided a 3-car garage, and then that is why that we need that variances for the cars to go in and out. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone in the audience wish to address this application located at 453 Balkan Road? Seeing none, any further comments from the planning department? No. Any other comments from our committee members? I would request a motion. Yes, Mr. Duretzi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion that minor variance application A075/23 located at 453 Balkan Road be approved, subject to the terms and conditions in the city staff report.
Moved by Mr. Duretzi, seconded by Mr. Gossi. All in favor? Approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is located at 30 Law Crescent. It is application number MV 2425.
Yeah, it's me again.
That's you again. Okay.
Thank you.
If you can present it quickly, I would appreciate it.
Oh, wow.
You don't
only
have to-
2 variances for this one.
Okay.
And we learned our lessons from the last one. So,
Okay.
We are asking for the side setback for the same reason, because we put the garage at the integrated garage in front of the building, and then we triggered that 3-story one. So that's one thing. And then also related to the garage, we try to set the garage back into the building, but still we need some relief to provide some space for us to have the garage at that end for the front yard.
Okay, thank you.
And
We do have a letter of opposition on this. Have you read it? Okay. Does anyone in the audience wish to address this? Yes, sir. Please come and state your name and.
Thank you. Robert Dawson, 28 Law Crescent. My wife and I and our family have lived in this location for over 40 years. I was going to ask if anybody's been to our neighborhood. I noticed one of the gentlemen had said he's been around, so likely he's seen that area. It is a lovely crescent with only one of these huge buildings fitting into a line of other homes. To make one of these on a corner makes it different to us, particularly how close it is to the street. with the seeming loss of parking space and much more room for more people. My comment again are the bylaws here not to protect us. We do not want these variances approved. Our property will be affected more in the west side, where we'll have a full 25-foot long by up to 40-foot high view of the side of the building. The other existing corner properties have a much greater side yard of, the west side yard of 14 to 20 feet. One is shown on our survey. The building was built too far back originally on the lot with the property line at 6.25 or 6.52 feet on the survey that we have. So there is a variance between the survey shown here and the one that we have. So I'll have to try and resolve that. The extra side yard space will reduce if the extra side yard space with not allowing the setback reduction will reduce the towering effect of this building. Our backyard sun will also be reduced by the new building height. We ask that you keep the west side of the west side yard at 8 feet or something more. So we're not in favor of accepting the reductions in the yardage requirements.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, wait. Anyone else? Yes. Ms. Paula.
I guess I don't have to introduce myself. The proposal to replace the bungalow at 30 Law is troubling in a couple of ways. Those bungalows are the cornerstone of the planned community that is our area. The corners of the planned subdivision all have those bungalows. That is the pattern of the existing development. By making the side of the existing building the front of the new build, the orientation has changed, counter to what exists for other lots on corners in the neighborhood. Breaking up this pattern is undesirable. I appreciate the roof line is not flat and looks more residential. However, the massing is not similar to other dwellings in the area, with an actual roof height of 37 feet, 7.5 inches. It will tower over the existing buildings on the north, another bungalow, and west, the 2-story house, which is what Mr. Dawson was talking about, and will be massive compared to the existing buildings on the east, the raised bungalows across the street. There is no mention of exterior finishes. If it is stucco, the applicant should be aware of the new property standards bylaw and how it affects the application of stucco. I would ask the applicant to indicate which, if any, trees on the property will be removed. The committee should be aware that there are many mature trees on this property. And as you heard earlier on an earlier application, I believe it was the first one tonight, trees are a priority for Richmond Hill. By the way, at City Council this past Wednesday, the city was presented with the annual Conservation Award for being a leader in saving the tree canopy and other actions related to tree conservation. That is not only important for our health, but also to the appearance of our community. In conclusion, I hope you will consider seriously the orientation of this building proposal as being the cornerstone of this community and the conservation of the trees on this property. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments from anybody other than the applicant in the audience? Seeing none? Okay, if you can address some of the comments.
Okay. So first of all, regarding to the tree, we are not proposing to remove any tree, and which is why that the building is in that shape. If you look into the drawings, the orange circle there is the tree production zone. So our building is decided within that zone of trees. So that's it.
Okay.
I believe that's the concern. And the other one related to the side yard setback, which is, as I said, which is triggered by the garage. Our garage, I try to minimize it. Right now, the ceiling of the garage is 6'8". It's the bare minimum of a building code. So I am 6 inch more than whatever the requirement is for the ceiling height of the garage. So that triggered at the 3-story, that is why that we need that variances there.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and also, if Linda, if you can scroll back to the pictures, just to show that the tree line right now on site existing. Down, I got some pictures in there. That's the last one. So I could show you this. That is the one. So this is from the corner of that tree line. So imagine that. Even with the building in there, I don't think we could see any massing there, and we are within the height of the requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Would you like to add something else? No, please come down to the podium. Yeah.
Well, just if you look, if you go in the backyard and the front yard of our house and you face the property, the two major trees, the largest ones. If the building goes up as high as it's going to go, it will be into those trees. So I'm not saying that they're, from what I'm aware of, I would say there would need to be some major changes to those trees to allow the building.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Request if there's any comments from the planning department? Any further comments from our committee? Yes, Mr. DeRetzi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just some clarification from the applicant. You are requesting a minimum exterior side yard setback to the attached garage of 4.61, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the site plan that I have, A 1.1, shows a setback of 3.857, which is less than what you're asking for.
That is the house there. It's
Did you clarify that?
Linda, would you mind to scroll down to page 2, please? Yeah, just 1 second. I have it on the slides.
Please put your phones on
That
vibrate.
because we set the garage back,
Yeah, but you have a structural column that protrudes
which
out.
is the main building,
Pardon?
which is the main house.
It's the second level?
Yeah, the
It's
second
the
level.
second
one.
level?
Yeah. So
Okay.
the garage and the whole garage door.
So the
set
garage
back
is
to there.
inset
Yeah.
from the second
Yeah.
level. Okay,
So we
understood.
try to minimize the impact. That's
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments? No? You're good. I'd request a motion, please. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, it's getting late. I make a motion to approve application MV 2425 located at 30 Law Crescent, subject to the terms and conditions in the city staff report.
Moved by Ms. Kalbas, seconded by Mr. Gossi. All in favor? Thank you. Our next application is located at 10 Spadina Road, MV 2402.
You're welcome. Is there?
We have a bunch of letters. This one. Good evening. Sir, have you looked at the letters of opposition that have been received?
Yes, we have.
Okay, good. Proceed.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Rubinoff. I'm the agent for the owner of this property. The application is for a new home on an existing vacant lot. This lot is a legally existing lot that was developed when they created the neighborhood and subdivided. These were some parcels that were left and they were undeveloped effectively. This particular lot was vacant, and from reading some of the concerns expressed as to the use of it, we are within, my clients within their right to develop that lot. And then we're here today to request variances to permit the construction of a new home. The concern, some of the concerns I've read through this have to do with impact. And one of the points I wanted to make, I guess, early on was the distance of this house to the adjacent homes in the area. I did actually include a map. I don't know if you have this. We emailed it in. Oh, okay. So it just shows the distances between this lot and the adjacent homes and and how far they are. For instance, the number 2 Chaplin, the distance between the property line and their home is about 11.1 meters to the property line, and the number 2, I think we have another number 2 on Edmund. We're at 33.5 meters away from the property line to that lot. So concerns about overlook, concerns about impact of lighting or any kind of privacy concerns, I think are somewhat offset. If you see on the plan itself, there are trees at the perimeter of the lot, which makes it difficult to see the lot from Edmund Street. And my clients have been very conscious that the variances would be minor in consideration. And I think the staff report, when they go through, they suggest that they feel that these are minor variances, that they are that they are compatible with the development in the area. It's a similar size home. It does have a little bit of additional coverage, but that's to work through the fact that we have a full garage, double garage, in order to make it work. That affects some of the variances as far as setbacks and that. But the second floor is also something that I wanted to point out. It's not a 2-story house across the whole perimeter of it. There's a portion of it where it's a 1-story piece. And that's important to point out, that it's not maxed out on the second floor. The variances are related to the main floor, primarily. Anyways, I will leave it at that. I'm sure there's other people who want to speak. Thank you.
Does anyone in the audience wish to address this application located at 10 Spadina Road? Yes, please. One at a time. Yeah, one of you can come.
My name is Winnie Lai. I live on just 2 streets north of it for the last 34 years with my family. My family grew up in there, okay? So this notice of hearing, I just came across it because the sign of the notice of hearing is smaller than that plaque. And it was put on a side yard fence. So as you're driving past, you can't even notice that there is a notice of hearing. I just came across it yesterday and I quickly tell my neighbors about it. So I don't know how long the notice has been there. Nobody know. So I try to look up, educate myself. I have never been here. Thank you very much, Chairman and the committee, for allowing me to voice out. I've been busy and I said, okay, what else do I need to talk? I can voice out. That is wonderful. So I tried to look up what is in the city's website. All I could find is the minor variance application, and I do not see any site plan. And when the applicants were talking about just now, about that, oh, they are applying for the variance, but only for the ground floor, because the whole second floor is not a whole 2-story, which is not go with what they started in the neighborhood. So what I want to voice out, a couple of points in here, may take a little bit longer than the 5 minutes. Took me more than 5 minutes to type my things up. The zoning bylaw 8886, which you know well, and I just copy it down, allows for single detached dwelling, home occupations, private home daycare, and group homes. That is what the zoning allows. And the traffic, you probably have driven around in that neighborhood to look at where it is, but not during the rush hour, morning rush hour. The traffic on that rush hour, as I mentioned, I only live a couple of streets north of it, will take me at least 10 minutes just to get onto 16th Avenue. So you can imagine the traffic on Spadina. And north of Major Mac, they have to put a sign up that people living north of Major Mac, they cannot drive straight down Spadina because that is how much traffic it has. So imagine this house. This house is number 10 Spadina, which is just north of 16th Avenue. Okay, so the traffic is going to create, and if the zoning bylaw allow home daycare, I don't know who the new homeowner will use it for, whether just for a private single home residence or use it for a group home or home daycare. So imagine the traffic that is going to create for that. The trees, as the applicants have mentioned, of course, I did not use a selfie stick to take a picture of what is in the backyard of that lot there. So there are trees there because I went to Google Map. I look at the satellite and there are trees, and I wonder whether those trees will be being damaged or being removed. And then because it's such a small lot, and then if they are replacing the trees, where are they going to replace it to? I don't know. And if you drove past the neighborhood, you know there's a plaza just opposite to it, just south of it. In the picture, you can see the entrance to the plaza. And on the weekend, it is so busy that there will be cars parking along Spadina and also on the street that is behind it as well. So there. Having another single dwelling so close to the intersection of Spadina and 16th Avenue, it's just not functional, okay? Another part of the lot is, well, it is vacant. Doesn't mean that we need to build another single dwelling. I don't know who owned the lot. I guess when the property was being sold at that time, it wasn't belong to number 2 Chaplin or number 2 Edmund. So how that is allowed back in the 80s, because that area was built starting in the early 80s. So how it is being built allowed that lots to be vacant, I don't know. So with that being said, I'm afraid that if we allow this application to process, then there will be other people, I'm not using part of my backyard. It can be vacant. I'm not using it as a garden. So can I apply for severance? Can I apply to build another single dwelling house? Because I can have an opening. The fronting of that dwelling can go on to the side street.
There is a method by which all this works. This is all legal. We are not looking at the zoning for a house here. It's already permitted. They're just asking for a bunch of variances as listed. Building a house on the property is permitted.
Building on the house on that property is
Allowed.
allowed?
Yes.
Then if that is the case, then I want them to stay within the variance.
Okay, no,
rather
we
than
understand. Yeah.
What the city does not
Yeah,
allow, because that would totally,
Agreed?
yeah?
Do you have
Thank
anything else to say? No?
No, I'm just representing my husband that is.
I
also
appreciate
sitting
it.
there.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments? Yes, sir, please. Yes, 5 minutes, yes. Yeah,
Hello.
we need to
Hello.
limit everything to 5.
Hello, everyone. I am not directly impacted. I live on Chaplin Street. I've been there for 24 years almost, so I'm fairly familiar how this empty lot came about. 3 owners before the lady with the 2 young children who has been patiently waiting in the last seat there, sold their home, and they decided to parcel off half the land. And soon there was another fence built there. And 10 days ago, I happened to be checking my mail there and I saw this notice, which is the size of the plaque at the back. And the notice said something is going to be built here. You may see the report after the 14th of the month. And there is a meeting on the 20th, a week from then, at 1 o'clock. So I reached out to my counselor because I don't know this process, even though I live here. And my counselor, I called twice, 2 emails. I got a response yesterday. I got a copy of the report. And basically, I've just gone through the report. I have just 3 issues. Many of them have been covered, so I don't want to repeat them. But the one that bothers me the most is the process. The reason you have only 3 or 4 families here is because this has all happened so quickly, nobody really even knows. So yesterday, after my counselor's office sent me the copy, I also heard from the planning department. And I said, oh, so you've now changed from 1 o'clock to 7 o'clock. And they said, no, it was always 7. And I said, it's 1 o'clock. And they said, no, it's the rain that might have changed it. I went back there today. I'm happy to show you the picture. It says 1 o'clock. So it is a misleading sign for one thing. Secondly, I think a change of this nature, which is requesting 6 variances, small or big, I'm not going to comment. They range anywhere from 10% to 26% of what's allowed. But there are 6 variances. And the bigger issue is the precedence it's going to set once people find out how their parcel of half of their land and bring up new homes is an issue of concern. My recommendation at this stage is that more time needs to be given and publicity needs to be given to the wider neighborhood so that proper decisions can be made and proper concerns can be heard. Spadina, as you heard, has become a very busy street. If anyone was to look at the number of accidents that happened on 16th and Spadina, they will wonder, why would we want to do anything that's going to add to this safety issue? Currently, Chaplin Court faces the plaza. So there's a huge tussle between who comes in and who comes out of that plaza and Chaplin Street. There's the proposed house will be facing pretty much across Killarney. So it's an additional one. There's a sharp turn. Anyone that's coming southbound from Spadina cannot see anyone that's coming out of Chaplin or even this particular property that's being recommended. So I seriously think that above everything else, the city needs to look at the safety element of this particular proposal. I think it's going to complicate and add more concerns. Recently, I've seen in the last month or 2, they've added 6 speed bumps across from Bayview Community Center because everyone is afraid the speed with which people are driving there. When I want to go check my mail, I will walk, even if I have to use my crutches after my surgery. I walk there because I'm always scared of putting my car there because of the speed with which people take the turn around that. So I'll just limit my comments to that. My recommendation is more time is needed, and I hope
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I'm Puyan Farougi, 2 Chaplin Court. So again, I was one of the lucky ones who got to notice the sign a few days ago and was able to, I was under the impression because of the sign that's 1 p.m. And when I told my wife that it's 7 p.m. because of the letter, and I checked them out, she was surprised. Are you sure it was not? It was the sign. Yeah, of course. So that's one. So I'm the lot on the west side of this lot. If they build that with these variances, the new suggested variances, especially the second floor, the trace on the second floor, I should kiss my privacy goodbye. That's it. Second, the drive is very dangerous there. So it's going to impact the safety. I don't know if you've driven in that neighborhood. 6 meters is already short. Now they're suggesting to reduce it to 5 meters. I've been almost in an accident in the last week. Is it 5 minutes?
No, you can keep going.
Okay.
That's another one.
Yeah. So it's going to impact the safety of driving there significantly. So that should not happen. That 6 meters is already too short. Please don't do that. And last thing, again, I'm gonna reiterate what my friend Shiraz over there said. It needs publicity. I didn't have time to gather any evidence.
No,
or
we'll
any
address that.
information.
No, thank
Yeah,
you.
So
Yeah.
please
Okay. Yeah,
consider
yeah.
that. Yeah, I know
Okay.
it's repeating, but it's very important. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Chairman. So the committee, I appreciate your time today. My name is Josh Rosenberg. I'm representing my parents who were unfortunately, because of the last minute notice, they couldn't get back from their vacation. My parents live at 2 Edmund Crescent. So the property to the north of this one. I sent a letter earlier this morning, some notes that I'm sure you got. I just want to confirm the few things that I talked about. So my parents bought this house 32 years ago. This is where I grew up. When they bought it from the original owner who bought it from the developer, they told them that when the development was created, basically because of the odd shape and the larger size of my parents' property, 2 Edmund, 2A Edmund, 2 Chaplin, and 4 Chaplin, the developer wanted to build 2 houses, which would have been where 10 is, and also into the backyard of 4 Chaplin, and also in my parents' backyard and into 2A Edmund. So, but the city said no because they didn't want to add in, they thought that the space was too small. So that land was severed off and given to those 4 houses, and those had those bigger lot sizes. So firstly, that's one. 2, when my parents were never notified that this lot was severed. So I would say about 5 years ago, this was a full property, and all of a sudden a random fence went up to split the yard, and my parents were never notified of anything. So we don't know when this lot was ever severed. From their understanding, when they moved in, it was 2 Chaplin, it was 2 Edmund, and that was their 2 properties. So I understand that that's nothing on you guys, but I don't know. I would assume that a lot being severed, the neighboring property would have to have been notified. So that's one thing. I also understand that these variances are minor. However, when you add a bunch of minor variances, it becomes a little bit more than minor. So, and the note of the house not going completely through the second floor, it's only talking about the covered patio that they are proposing, which they're one of the variances. They're just not building it above that. But technically, it's a full second floor because that patio is actually just outdoor and covered. So it's not actually, it is a full second floor building. The other few notes is that I noticed on the site plan, there is a Canada Post mailbox pad that's on this property that would be in the way of their driveway. My parents' mailbox pad is on our street down the road. And so they're proposing that it would go on my parents' right of way where they have to deal with all of the garbage already on the busy street. So I don't understand why the mailbox that's not theirs would end up on their right of way property. And I don't know why that would happen for that. I'm also concerned about water and all the drainage and stuff in the back of the property. I'm a landscape architect. I understand all this stuff. So I know my parents have had issue in the past with drainage and water in the back. And so want to make sure that that's good. And also there's a tree at the corner of my parents' property outside the fence that I don't know if there's anything more on the broader drawings, but I would hope that it's not going to be affected by any construction that happens here. And that's, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this? Please. And if you can just keep
Good
it to
evening.
something different than what we've already heard. Yeah.
I'm the owner of the 2 Chaplin Court. I very appreciate of your time. I speak for my family, although my husband is not here because of the work. My kids is trying their best to support me. And I just want to highlight 2 things. The first thing is, so far, I didn't receive any detailed information from the Hans Bandana or people. And I just heard that thing from my neighbor, the gentleman. And the second thing is, about the privacy and, I'm sorry, it's about I'm the new owner of the Richmond Hill. We bought the house last year, at the end of last year, December. Our closing day is December 1st. Before I bought the house, I'm really confused of that vacant land. So we came here, this apartment, and to check why. And somebody told me that because it's only 515 square meters, that's not meet the minimum 603 square meters. That's what I knew. So we decided to bought the house. We have the dream of a happy life at the house, right? And then just half a year passed. They told me that it will be built a new house, just have several big windows face towards our house, actually our main activity area. That's what I'm confused about. And if it really happened, I think it's a really big hit to my family. Thank you for your listening.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir, please.
Mr. Chair, Andy, thank you very much for having us. I appreciate the late night and giving us the time. My name is Adam Rosenberg. I'm here with my brother representing my parents who are unable to make it this evening from 2 Edmund Crescent. I think I will not go over sort of what everything's been spoken about, just a couple of notes. For us, I think the magnitude of this project, and I think with the neighbors and everyone that's spoken so far, the timeliness of us receiving notice, I think is not enough. I think this project, whatever may come of this, we need more time. I think more people need to be notified. We need to really investigate this. This is as my brother said, we've been living there for 30 years. This fence went up. There's been no notice, no phone calls, no knock on the doors until 10 days ago. And then the sign that has come up, the location of this is, as mentioned, on a curve right next to a major intersection. I think they're asking the committee, and you, Master Chair, to allow us to have some more time to really review this project, and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none? Planning Department, do you have any further comments? Okay, before I go to our committee members, I just have a question about the circulation procedure. I believe we do circulate within 300 feet of the property. Go ahead.
For you, Mr. Chair, the notice of hearing goes to residents 120 meters of the subject property.
It was quite a bit before, right? 3 weeks or so? Normally?
Minor variances are required to give 10 days notice.
10 days? Okay. So everybody was mailed within 150 meters of the property?
We got the mail on Monday. And the signage is misleading.
No, we got the signage part, yeah. Okay. So that was a big concern for everybody here. Yes, we already spoke, but what did you want to say? $120. It's a radius from the property, yeah. That's a part of our procedure. Anyway, go ahead if you want.
Thank you.
We don't vary that. Yeah, just the other concerns.
I'll just the other concerns. I mean, it is a legal lot. There is a PIN number. There is a registered. So as far as the concern about it, it is a buildable lot. My clients have started this process several months ago, and we've been waiting almost 6 months to get here. So there's been a lot of back and forth with the planning department, with the processing of the file, including arborist report and various circulations that went through. So we know that a lot of this process was done according to the requirements. There was some concern about the parking spot, the access to the garage being short. It's an irregular kind of lot, so it touches at the one corner at 5 meters. But as you go to the other side, it goes to 6 meters. Just to make it clear, we're not at it's about trying to fit within while maintaining setbacks. It's kind of a massage, shall I say, to try to fit it on the property. And the other question that came up was traffic, and it's a busy street. I mean, there is a double garage. It is intended to park cars inside. Plus, there's some space in front as well. I don't imagine this is going to contribute further to any street parking or any. It's a single family house. I know there's some talk about what the uses could be. Sure, there's a lot of uses it could be, but my clients are building this as a family home. And we did. My client did reach out. He knocked on the doors of the neighbors, and he did get a call back from a planner who we sent all the plans to. So there has been communication prior to the hearing today. It wasn't no contact, just to be clear. Drainage, concerns about drainage. Just to reiterate, there's a lot of distance between these buildings. Over 11 meters on one side and 33 meters, I believe, did I say 33 or 33 meters, almost 100, over 100 feet to the other property. So there's plenty of space between the homes. So concerns about impact, I think there's more room than you would have if you had a house right next to you. So I feel that this is not as much of the impact will be much less. And of course, everyone's concerned about privacy, including my client.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay. Yes, yeah.
Just related to the driveway. So it's
Regarding the
not-
parking, yeah.
Yeah, it's important where you come out of the parking. So that's the 5 meter. That's the problem. When you come out of that, it's only 5 meter. There's not enough time for some of the drivers, especially because of the curve, to see the car. And it increases the chance of an accident significantly. And one more comment, I again forgot to say, it's too late. Given all these variances, I'm not sure how they're going to do that without putting scaffolding in my property and without damaging my property. So that's another concern I had. I forgot.
Yeah, we dealt with it on another application. I mean, they will not encroach on anybody else's property. You have to stop, sir. Do you have to say something really important?
I'm just saying about communication, sir.
Yeah.
I have personally gone and spoken to 6 immediate neighbors.
Mhm.
None of them were aware about this until Monday, other than the signage. So I don't know who has been contacted where. The issue is safety. Someone who lives there, someone who can do proper professional study needs to be really consulted upon, and that we have proper information before you make a final decision.
Okay, thank you. I think we're done with the audience's planning department. Do you have any comments? Our committee members? Yes, Mr. Terezi, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think we might have a bigger issue here with the signage and the posting of the sign. I'd like to know where the sign was posted and what the requirements are for the posting of the sign. Does it have to be posted in the middle of the lot, the front of the lot? I'm hearing that it was posted on a fence. So if we could get confirmation of where the sign was and where it was supposed to have been, or do we have a photograph of the posting of the sign?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do have a photograph of the posting. We advise the applicants when they come up to pick up a sign that the sign is posted fronting Spadina and visible to the street. And we do have confirmation that the sign was posted. I do have an authorization and I have photos. And in terms of the notice of hearing, the public notice was mailed out on June the 6th.
Just one last thing.
Thank
The lawn in front of the posting was very basically long, and they recently, like yesterday, they mowed the lawn, so it was not that easy to see the post.
once the sign is posted, we don't monitor it on a daily basis. I mean, that's not really practical. Yeah, I see.
Also, one of the bigger issues with that in itself is that anybody in the neighborhood knew that it was a severed lot. So what are we looking for on a severed lot that we don't know? We just think that that property.
No, we understand that. Yeah, there's confusion on that, but it's a legally severed lot. I mean, that's not our issue today. Yeah. The concern raised by Mr. Durazzi is that sign has certain parameters to be posted, and the 1 o'clock time, I don't know where that came from because the sign is approved by the city. Yeah, go ahead. I'm addressing it to
Through you,
Linda.
Mr. Chair, it may not have been clear, but it definitely was intended to say 7 PM. And the time of the meeting is also on the notice of hearing and all of our communication on our website.
Okay, thank you. No, I understand. No, there was I don't know what happened. Okay. Beyond me right now. We are going to have to move to our members. Mr. Durazzi already commented. Do you have anything else to add?
I have no further comments, but I would be leaning towards a deferral until we can deal with the signage issue.
Would
I
you?
think-
Okay.
I think the sign should be posted properly in the center
Yeah,
of the
I
lot.
agree.
We can go through the process here and give you guys a little bit of a lifeline in terms of getting some more notice. That would be my motion.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, so Mr. Durazzi, if you are going to defer it, I don't think we should penalize the applicant for doing that.
Correct. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a formal motion that minor variance application MV -24-02 be deferred without costs until the end of the year or sooner. Located at 10 Spadina Road. Yeah, thanks.
I think we may have to specify why for the signage. The signage should be reposted.
For the purpose of the reposting of the signage.
Of the
yes, if
signage.
you'd
It
like
should
that
be
there,
part
yeah.
of the omission.
Deferred, yeah. You don't have to give reasons, but that's the, thank you.
Moved by Mr. Durazzi, seconded by Mr. Gossi. All in favor? Okay, deferred.
One question.
Has everybody signed in here? Okay.
The question is, we did put a sign up as.
I'm going to have to quickly move on to
How
our.
do how do we do it next time differently?
It's not related to your application. I mean, it is related, but you don't have to change anything, in my opinion. No. Yeah. We might have to put a time for that sign. No, we did, but that'd be maybe too long for, or sooner. He said sooner. That's what we normally do. Gentlemen, if you can, we have other applications to hear. You can take your discussions outside, please. Thank you. Our next application is located at 103 Dexter Road, MV 2424. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Chair. My name is Alan Zhu. I'm on behalf of owner 103 Dexter Road. Owner built a house with a deck in the rear yard. We only have one very minor application for the setback, for the deck setback at the backyards. Based on the zoning bylaw requirements, the setback should be 25 feet. What we have is 20.6 feet. The difference is only 4.4 feet. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody in the audience wish to comment on this? I see nobody. Planning Department, committee members. Motion, please. Godly.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item I at 103 Dexter Road, subject to terms and conditions of the staff report.
Moved by Mr. Gossi, seconded by Mr. Duretzi. All in favor? Carries. Thank you. Our next application is located at 113 Ruggles Avenue, application MV 2428. Yes, please come ahead. Yeah, go ahead and present.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Committee of Adjustment. My name is Liang Wang. I'm the architect on behalf of the owner at 113 Ruggles Avenue. First of all, I want to thank you for your time. I do appreciate at late evening. I'll be very fast. So this is a two-story single detached house, only 3 minor variances. First one is the minimal front yard setback. Second one, south side yard setback. The last one is the maximum lot coverage. So if you look at my presentation material. Okay, thanks. So for the minimal front yard setback, the minimum required is 7.62 meters based on the established building line. Our proposed is 6.23 meters with a deficiency of 1.39 meters, but this is only on the north portion. If you look at my front elevation, the other half of the south portion has a front yard setback of 9.33 meters, so which is 1.71 meters more than the allowable. For my second side yard setback, in south, the city requests 6 feet for the 2-story. We propose 5 feet, only 1 feet difference, so very minimal. The last one is the maximum lot coverage. The zoning require maximum 30%. Actually, if you look at our drawing, we do have the 30% coverage on the ground floor. Only the cantilevered portion at the second floor exceed the maximum lot coverage. So 3 minor variances are minimal, acceptable, and we do receive the city staff. There's no objection.
We have read the report. Thank you so much.
Okay, so finally, thank you so much.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Does anyone in the audience wish to address this application located at 113 Ruggles? Seeing none, Planning Department, any comments? Our committee members, I'd request a motion. Ms. Kalbas.
I'll slow down. Through you, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve application MV-24-28 located 113 Ruggles Avenue, subject to the terms and conditions in the city staff report.
By Ms. Kalbas, seconded by Mr. Gossi. All in favor?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Our next application is located at 49 Okanagan Drive. Thank you, sir.
Where does my stuff go? Good evening, Mr. Chairman and everyone at the chair. My name is Ken. I am the agent of Action Services for my homeowner of 49 Okanagan Road. He is currently not here right now, so it's going to be me. My colleague doesn't count. So in that case, am I too chipper? Is this supposed to be more solemn?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, nobody's going to sleep tonight. Alrighty, so I'm going to make it super fast. There's only 2 things of my variance. One, it's going to be my side yard, which originally it's going to be 1.2 meters. However, proposed is 0.9 meters. I am a little bit close. I understand, 3 feet away. That's one. Second one is that it's going to be my back lot side. A small little minor deficiency that's going to be in the back. I know that's a little bit more than usual. Aside from that, however, it's only a deck that is 45 cm high, 18 inches. I don't think it's going to be a creepiness that my homeowner is going to stand there, look over someone's fence. They just want to enjoy the backyard a little bit more. It's just a deck.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you. That's it.
Everybody in the audience will give you a very good recommendation here. So it doesn't look like there's anybody who wants to speak to this application.
Absolutely.
Planning Department, no comments. Our committee members, no comment. Motion, please. Ms. Calvas.
Absolutely.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve application MV 24 located at 49 Okanagan Drive, subject to the terms and conditions in the city staff report.
Ms. Calvas, seconded by Mr. DeRetzi. All in favor? Everybody approves.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You're welcome. We have another up. At 242 Lawrence Avenue. It's the last application of the day. But I don't see, oh, there he is. Ah, you saved the best for the last. Did you?
Oh. Hi.
Okay.
I've been doing this since 9:30 in North York, so this has been a very long day for me. Jonathan Mitzkowski, I'm a planner with Solark. I'm here on behalf of the owner. I'm happy to give you a brief presentation if you like. Thank you.
You're fine. So the audience is kind of silent. I'm going to go directly to the planning department. Our members, okay, motion. Mr. DeRetzi.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would motion that minor variance application MV 24-22 located at 242 Lawrence Avenue be approved, subject to the terms and conditions in the city's staff report.
Moved by His Grace, Mr. DeRetzi, seconded by Her Highness. It's okay. Ms. Calvas, all in favor? All four approved. Thank you. Now, we do have other business and we have minutes. I'm not going to be part of the minutes. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.